Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are turning our attention to the Shanda Vander Ark case, trial, saga, however you want to say it. Let me just make sure my... Welcome to Trial TV Live. All right, my audio is good. So welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We are going to be looking at Shanda Vander Ark today. She has a Ginther hearing that was from last year that she tried to get through, but she had migraines and headaches and all kinds of things, so they paused it, and they're having they're redoing it, or they're continuing it on tomorrow. So today, since we have a little pause in our coverage of live trials and whatnot, we thought we would go back and we would revisit her case, kind of get back into it. So let's get to it. All right, let's get to, not Afro-Man, but congratulations to Afro-Man. Let me get to my Shanda Vander Ark players. All right, so welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. How are you doing? Red Snap, Selena K, Wizard, good morning to you. Hopefully your chat is working well. Kimbers, good morning. Crazy Mary Jo, Sweet Vampy. Crash, good to see you. Shirley Roth. Richard in the kitchen. Brett, good morning to you. KS Granny. Brenda, good morning. Stand for the Truth. Good to see you, Mally. Iowa Backyard Cam, good morning. Lazy Boys, how's the lemon pound cake? We're going to make it this weekend. We're going to make it. Teresa, good morning to you. Nana. Jenny G, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Heidi, welcome in, welcome in. Nick, good to see you. Jill, good morning to you. Hector's mom, thank you for joining us. Brown-eyed girl, good to see you as well. Kelly, good morning to you. Amy, welcome in, welcome in. Kelsey, way to go, Afro-Man, absolutely. All right, Cross-Examnesia, good to see you. Welcome in. What excuse are we betting on today? Well, it's actually tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be the live hearing. Right today, we're just going to be going. We're going to be revisiting and reviewing what she went through last year. So we just kind of want to revisit it, kind of wrap our minds around her again. Jadzia Dax, good morning to you. Widespread Panic, good to see you. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Yes, we will cover the Afro Man press conference, but not on this stream. We don't like to cross streams. If you've been with us long enough, you know that. Ionine, good to see you. Christy, welcome in. All right. Selena K, good to see you. All right, I think Kathy Davis, good to see you. Green Eyed Cat, gonna take the dog for a quick walk. All right. Lemon Pound Cake, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Snarky Rhubarb, hello from Wales. Heartless Soul, listening while milking the cows. Fantastic. All right, let's get back into Shanda here. All right, so this took place July 6th, 2022. Timothy Ferguson is the victim. That is her son. Shanda Vander Ark is the defendant. She was charged and found guilty of first degree in the passing of her 15-year-old son. Also first degree child neglect in connection with that passing of her son. So she, now I'm saying is facing, but obviously this is updated because she was found guilty. So we'll just continue on. He was found passed away severely malnourished inside the family's home in Muskegon, Michigan. Now his older brother, Paul Ferguson, who was 20 at the time, he was charged days after his mother's arrest. Prosecutors alleged that Vander Ark and her son Paul engaged in disturbing and prolonged pattern of abuse that may have lasted for years. Now, on July 6th, the Norton Shores Police Department responded to a report of a suspicious passing. Officers found Timothy in an ice bath, severely malnourished and showing extensive signs of abuse. We're going to show that body cam. Actually, Shanda was the one that called 911. As punishment for, not sure what behavior, but as punishment, our 15-year-old was subject to ice baths, was subject to not being fed food other than bread or bread soaked in hot sauce, said DJ Hilson, the prosecutor. Vander Ark moved her family from Michigan to Michigan from Oklahoma, where she previously had involvement with Child Protective Services. However, her parental rights were never terminated. Instead of having her parental rights terminated, she voluntarily left that house, Hilson stated, and from what we can tell, that's where the case kind of ended. Now, at her initial court appearance, Lattice Hoops noted that she had been employed as a law clerk for the Muskegon County Circuit Court up until her arrest, and we found that out in her. I believe it was her hearing last year. I think that's where we found that out as well. All right, so let's get back into it over here. Let's come back over here. And we're going to start as we usually do in these deep dives and refresh. We're going to get to some news. We're going to start off with some news first. All right, so let's look at some news because I got to get back in the swing of things here with Shanda. It's been a while.
There is new information about the mother in...
Sorry. Kind of got to wrap my head around her again. Okay.
Norton Shores, accused of torturing her special needs son who died last week. Shanda Vander Ark is charged with open murder and child abuse. She appeared Friday in Muskegon District Court. 13 on your side's Charlie Tinker spoke with a county prosecutor.
The prosecutor didn't mince words. He said it was one of the most shocking cases he has handled in his entire 20-plus year career. You have allegations of this teenager being given ice baths, being deprived of food, and on the rare occasions when he was given food, being given bread or bread soaked in hot sauce. And what's worse, you have some saying this is a death that could have been prevented based on a situation out of Oklahoma, which the prosecutor told me had similarities.
There was some CPS involvement in the state of Oklahoma. That involvement involves similar allegations to what we were facing here in Michigan, that ultimately, as opposed to a court actually terminating her parental rights, my understanding is she voluntarily left the home. Now, what happens between that time, when that happens, and ultimately how she and the children get here to Michigan is something that investigators are still kind of looking into.
An exit order from 2012 from that Oklahoma juvenile court showed after Shanda Ferguson waived her custody rights, she was granted supervised visitation. A note there said that that was only to be 3 hours per month, though it's unknown what has happened in the nearly 10-year span since that was decided. We'll have much more tonight at 6 when we dive deeper into her background. In Muskegon, Charlie Tinker, 13 on your side.
All right, so that's the initial one. Now we're going to look at the body cam. Let's see. Let's look at this body cam here. Now, this comes from Rottweiler, which we appreciate them allowing us to use this.
Oh, ma'am.
And to listen to victim impact statements. Live in Muskegon County, I'm Jeremiah Brown, 13 on your side.
Oh, ma'am. I'm Officer Stefanich. Right now, we got some people coming over to talk to you, okay? You have another son inside the house?
I do. Yeah.
Are they sleeping still right now?
One of them is, yeah. The 20-year-old's awake.
He's 20?
No, the 20-year-old's awake.
Okay.
He's been wearing really loose clothes the last couple of weeks.
He's really skinny.
He's really skinny, and I didn't notice till this morning because he wouldn't, like, I asked him if he's okay, and he would not answer me. Like, he's 15. He's been...
He has autism?
Yeah.
Like a high functioning?
Yeah. I had no clue how bad it was. Oh my God. Like I said, he did this back in, my husband's stroke was January 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
So he did this back in, I don't know, second week of January for almost 3 weeks. And then he ate something last night. I can't remember what it was now, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Where's your husband now?
He's down at his parents' house because he can't get in our house because they're drunk. He can't get up the stairs.
Oh.
And nobody's answering the phone at their house. How did it? Oh.
You can go back in the house if you want, but I can't. I gotta keep the basement secure. You can't go down there, okay?
I get it. I had no idea. I would have taken him in or something. Oh.
Now, you said the last time you saw him was 5:30 this morning?
Yeah.
Did he say anything?
He had fallen out of bed.
At 5:30?
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't earlier?
I mean, it's possible. I thought it was 5:30, but I wasn't super awake. I heard a thunk, and I came down, and he's kind of laying on his side, kind of like, what the heck? And I reached out. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. And I reached out and he pulled himself up, and I asked him if he's okay, and I just asked if he hit his head. He said, no, I think I hit my knees on my chest. I think. He couldn't tell me how he fell. Oh my God. No, I don't know what to do. Oh my God. He said it's okay. And then.
Do you have other family here in town?
Well, in West Olive, but they're not answering.
Yeah.
My father-in-law's an attorney.
Best thing to do is surround yourself with family. Help you get, because right now you're going through it by yourself, and you get overwhelmed.
No idea. How could I have missed that? He's been wearing baggy. I mean, he was wearing a hoodie for crying out loud, and I just didn't. His face didn't look like that. What the heck?
Now, what's your first name, ma'am?
Shanda, Shanda.
And What's your last name? Is it Ferguson also?
No, it's Vander Ark. Vander space capital ARK. That's why I asked him to eat last night, because his face started looking a little thin. I'm like, okay, enough. And he wouldn't show. I'm like, let me see. Hold your shirt up. And he wouldn't hold his shirt up. He wouldn't do anything.
Did he get real skinny last time too?
Yes. The only reason I know is because my 7-year-old walked in on him accidentally when he was in the shower downstairs. And then my 7-year-old comes up and he's like, Mama, Timothy's really skinny. I was like, oh.
Was that this time or last time?
That was last time. That was like first week of February is when DC discovered that. And I told him he was either going to start eating multiple times a day, or I was taking him to the hospital, and he didn't want to go to the hospital. So he
ended up eating on his own.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so this last time, was it because your husband's wasn't home?
Well, he hasn't been home since January 3rd, but he had a grand mal seizure. God, it's been 3 weeks ago now. And it was right after that. He actually mentioned he was hungry the day his dad and stepmom called to tell us they were divorced and moving to Florida last week.
Where do they live?
They lived in Oklahoma, but they moved to outside of Jacksonville, Florida, and they're not answering their phone either.
Okay. And that's his biological father?
Yeah. He moved up here with us last May because his dad couldn't handle him. And he's been great. I mean,
last May, like as in May of last year or this year?
Yeah, May of last year.
Okay.
May of last year.
And he goes to school and everything he was?
I've been homeschooling him online because it's high functioning. He's just done better at it. I can show you his grade report online. I've got all it's online.
Okay. Is he doing okay?
Yeah, he was failing math, which is not unusual, but he was passing everything else.
What's his date of birth?
8/6/2006. I tried to check it in the last few days, and he just wouldn't let me anywhere near him. He didn't want a kiss, a hug, nothing.
Probably didn't want you to give him a hug, because then you could tell that he was...
I would have known. I told him he was stumbling a little bit last night, but he's not the most coordinated kid in the world. And he said it was okay. And then he ate.
What was the last time he ate, you think?
Last night. No. Gabriel, keep him up there. He ate. He ate toast.
There's two. There's a 7-year-old and a 20-year-old.
The 7-year-old was asleep. I guess he's not now. Oh my God. I should have made him eat. No. I feel like such a failure. You see there's food in the house. Oh my God.
Where does he sleep at? Right there? In that room?
That loft bed.
Okay. So notice there's another loft bed in another room.
Yeah, that's my 7-year-old, but he's been sleeping with me since the youngest is my husband's and mine. And he's been sleeping since his daddy had a stroke. Okay. Because he's scared. And I offered to let Timothy move in there but he wanted to stay in his bed. Oh my God. No. I should have made him eat. I should have done something. Can they really hide that from you like that?
They can hide a lot of things from you.
Oh my gosh.
What's your date of birth, ma'am?
3/13 of 79.
What's your phone number?
I'm sorry. Area code 405-537-6900.
Okay. You can call. You can make some calls if you want again.
I'll try again in a minute. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do.
Nothing I can say could help you through this. You know, it's the best thing is to do is just bring your loved ones in and just.
His baby brother doesn't know what's going on, and I'm gonna have to tell him eventually, but I don't want to yet. Oh my gosh.
But we have to investigate every death. So I can't let anybody go in the basement for now.
Okay.
A medical examiner's going to be coming here in a little bit.
I'm sorry, it's a little cluttered down there, but
you're fine.
I'm sure y'all have seen a lot worse.
Okay. You're probably going to get asked same questions multiple times. So I'm sorry for that.
It's fine. I just, like I said, I feel like I just missed something.
So if you want
How
to,
could he hide that from me? How could he do that? I work in White Cloud. So
that's a
that's
long way.
I'm law clerk to the circuit court judge up there. I love my job, but yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. How did this happen?
Pardon?
Where does he sleep?
Down there, right there in that room.
So that's
The bed.
Yeah.
You see the pillow and the blanket and stuff?
He sleeps on the top bunk?
Yeah, it's a loft. There's no bottom bunk.
Okay.
Stuff underneath it.
Oh, it's like a desk on the underneath?
Yeah, well, yeah, the desk got broken, but there's boxes underneath it.
So you heard him fall.
Yeah.
That woke you up?
Yeah.
And you went down there and he was...
And I helped him up. I asked him if he wanted something to eat, because he the first time I noticed anything on even his face was last night. And he said, "No, I'm not hungry." I said, did you hit your head?" And I checked his head to make sure he didn't have anything. I noticed he has some scratches on his face. I'm like, "Are you okay?" "No, I'm fine." And then I watched him get back up on his bed. And then I went back upstairs. And then I woke up and wanted to check on him this morning when I was getting ready for work. So I went down there and I said something. I didn't see him wake up, and I shook him and he didn't respond.
Was he on the bed when you came down there?
Yes.
And then you pulled him down and started CPR?
Yes.
Okay.
I called 911. My 20-year-old was getting up because I was going to drop him off at work early, because his e-bike has a flat tire. Oh my gosh. I should have noticed this. I should have seen this. Oh my gosh.
All right.
Right. No.
We have people coming to talk to you called Victim Services. They'll help you through
Thank you.
the grieving process, because
Please. I feel... He's really good at hiding stuff. That's part of the reason his dad couldn't handle him, is because he kept lying about stuff.
How old is he?
15. He'll be 16 in August.
Okay.
But his dad texted me last May and said, "I can't handle him anymore. I have to send him to live with you." And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, absolutely."
Why was that? What did he do that?
He said he was lying to him. He was destroying things.
Is he hard to deal with?
I don't think so, but I'm stricter than his dad.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that, I mean, he's the lying's been a problem. But nothing major.
Yeah, nothing crazy.
No. He's
All teenagers lie.
tripped down the stairs a couple of times, like just half the flight. And then later he came back to me, admitted he did it intentionally. But I've asked him, I'm like, "You're trying to hurt yourself?" He's like, "No, I just wanted to see what would happen." That's the way, a lot of times, he wants to see what would happen if he does stuff. And, oh my gosh.
And I guess he's prescribed ADHD medicine, but he's not taking it.
Yeah, because he wasn't able to sleep with it. And he was doing really well, and he asked me if he could not take it, and I said, okay. And it was killing his appetite. That doesn't help. He quit taking it about the time of the first hunger strike, because when he finally started eating, and he was.
But he did eat last night, you said?
Yes. He had some toast with butter on it. It's what he had. That's all he wanted to eat. He said his stomach was a little upset. He didn't want to eat anything else. Oh my gosh. You want to go check on the other kids?
Yeah, you can do that for sure.
I know my 20-year-old's got my 7-year-old, but still.
Nope, that's...
Hey. Paul.
Yes.
You okay up here?
Yeah.
I'm sorry I sluttered, Joe. I'm really sorry. God, it's so nice. Oh my God. I knew I should have made him eat, but he just wouldn't. Did you notice it was covering up with your clothing? You didn't notice, never mind. I love you, dear, but you never noticed.
Do you have a picture of him before he started losing weight?
Yeah. See if I can find it. Nice pictures of him. Freaking teenager.
You doing all right?
I don't know, honestly.
Yeah, it's almost like you're in a daze. Like you don't know what's real and what's not. Hey, have you been talking to him at all recently?
I talked to him yesterday morning to get him up.
That was right basically when we started.
Okay, so how long ago was that?
Did you know that he was in this hunger strike?
I think yeah. Sorry.
I mean,
Did I tell you or not? I don't know if I did or
no,
not.
I don't think you did.
Because he's skin and bone.
I know, and I just, how did he?
He's really.
Well, he doesn't communicate with him hardly at all. Like, they say hi and they don't. Yeah, he's.
Are you guys full brothers or half brothers?
They're full. The only half is the one that's in there.
Okay.
We are full.
Yeah.
I might as well get your name while I'm here. You're probably going to be asked this 1,000 times, but what's your first name, son?
Paul, Paul.
What's your middle name?
Byron,
He's
Byron.
now because of the stroke. I'm ready.
And last name?
Ferguson, Ferguson.
Nobody's answering the phone here.
What's your date of birth?
04 for
It's dad's phone.
10th of April 2002.
Do you have your own phone number?
I recently got a new phone, so I'm going to look at my new number.
Hold on, I'll find it for you.
+1 231 666 4638.
And when was the last time you talked to Tim?
Yesterday morning when I was getting him up.
No, yesterday afternoon before I picked you up and took you to work because your e-bike tire was flat. You come from then.
So notice how they're separated. One law enforcement officer is talking to her, another law enforcement officer is talking to Paul, but she hears that conversation and she jumps in and she tries to correct Paul, and I know she's awful, you guys. I know you guys want to scream at the top of your lungs how awful she is, but try to keep it somewhat civilized. Be creative in your frothing. I know you guys want to froth at the mouth and do pitchforks and torches, but try to be somewhat creative. You can hate her actions, but try not to attack her personally, and do your best. Just do your best. That's all. So anyway, just keep an eye on how she controls the situation. Oh, and then she calls her other son, the one in there. She treats him like animals.
I got off of work at 1 this morning.
Has he talked to you recently about his problems at all, or what he's dealing with?
No, he never said a word to me.
Did you guys have normal conversations?
I think the last time we did was before all of this happened. After that,
They literally, because he works a lot and they didn't talk.
Yeah, I mean,
And sometimes brothers will tell each other what
That's true.
they're not willing to tell their parents.
Why you went on hunger strike? I mean, I'm assuming you
he
He didn't even know anything about it, he said, so.
what's going on.
That's a recording noise, just so that you're aware. I know there's some cameras in here, but the sound is kind of messed up.
Gotcha.
Sensors and alarms to make.
Oh, shoot. Dang it. I didn't want to do that. So that's the end of the body cam. Now we're going to get into Paul's, excuse me. So this is Paul's interview. All right. So this is Paul. Now we're going to listen to Paul's interview for a little while, and then we'll get to her hearing from November. So I want to hear Paul's interview, and then we'll get to Shanda's interview. I'm sorry, her actual Ginther hearing.
I'll turn that on too, just in case it helps. Yeah. So you came down here with Officer Stephens, is that something?
Yes.
How did that kind of all transpire? I don't know how you ended up here.
I was, from what I know that my mother had come, I think, down here.
Okay.
Or something. I think it was something in court, or I don't exactly know the full details.
Okay.
But she left my stepfather's phone with me. I don't have any access to anything. The only thing that I would be able to do was if the person she's with, I think his name is Stephen or
Stanley.
Frank Stanley. Yes, thank you. If he would contact, I would be able to pick that up. But
Okay.
nothing else.
Were you supposed to work today, or?
No.
So you didn't have work today?
No, I have to. Work was off.
Okay. And you go back Saturday, Sunday?
Yeah, I think it's a morning shift.
Are you working 2 different jobs? Did you say you were working 2?
No, I used to work 2 different jobs.
I heard you say that.
In Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. Because I think that your brother was like, I want to work 2 jobs. And you're like, no, you don't.
4 hours of sleep maximum was a nightmare.
That's a joke. That's not even funny, actually. Huh. Yeah, 4 hours doesn't sound like a lot to get anything done. What kind of jobs are you doing then?
Fast food.
Okay.
And I had one before, and then after I graduated from an alternative school early, I started a second one that was by my biological father's demands, basically.
Okay. Have you talked to him at all recently, biological father? Does he know about what's going on? Or?
I don't think quite yet. Last time we talked to him was last week.
Okay.
He and my stepmother got a divorce. So they called and let us know about all that.
What is your relationship like with him? I mean, do you associate with him at all, or not?
Not really. I found out that a lot of what he's told me about my biological mother up here was nothing more than blatant lies.
Okay.
He said that she didn't care for me, that she never wanted to see me, which were both lies. It was just, he's a control freak.
Okay.
So, and he's very manipulative.
Okay.
My stepmother's names were never even on anything for like paying bills or for school stuff. It was all him.
Okay. So he's very much in control of everything.
Yes. So, and, I know that night Timothy did eat because we had pizza. He had 3 slices.
I want to stop it for just a second.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. I don't want to talk anything specific about the case just yet. Since the police showed up at your house and they brought you down here, I want to advise you some rights before we talk about that sort of thing. What I do want you to know, though, is that we went through the phones, okay? And we're beginning to go through the phones, and there's a lot of evidence in the phones, and I know that you're kind of aware of communication between yourself and your mother.
Yes.
And those sort of things, and that's kind of what I want to talk to you about.
Yeah.
But, I mean, certainly those are very serious things that you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
And I mean, from what I saw, it sounds like you were compassionate in that you cared about him, and you sent some pictures that were like, he's looking too skinny and we need to feed him. And, you know, so sometimes you got frustrated, but at the end of the day, you kept coming back to caring. But the end result of that, he passed away, right? And he passed away from not eating food. So, I want you to be aware of this stuff, okay? So these are your Miranda rights, right? So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk with an attorney and the right to his presence before or during any questioning. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed at public expense to represent you before any questioning. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When we talk about, I just jump right into it.
Yeah.
I know that we talked yesterday. And I know that not everything that we talked about was the truth yesterday. That's okay. Yeah. You don't have to feel bad. You don't have to feel guilty about not telling the truth to me. Okay? I want you to just focus on yourself right now and think about what's best for you.
Yeah.
And let's try to get to the truth of what really happened with your brother, because he deserves that. I mean, there's clearly a lot of messages about stuff that you guys are doing with him, about what he's eating, about restricting his food. How did that all work? Like, what was he allowed to eat?
We stopped the food restrictions recently because we had noticed his thin. We wanted to get that back on. We didn't want any of this. We never wanted him to be injured or hurt. I loved him so much.
Yeah, I can tell that. I can certainly tell that. When you say we, you're talking about your mother.
Yes, she loved him. We wanted what's best.
Yeah.
The thing is, he was stuck in the past.
Okay. What, so you stopped the food restriction. When did that kind of happen? Like, ballpark that for me.
2 weeks, approximately. We were hoping that we could get enough where it would be safe, and then we could continue to add it back to where we wouldn't have to worry, and we could.
What were the restrictions?
We made sure that it was still something that gave him enough calories and everything. It was rice or bread, and like I said last week, he got pizza.
Okay. What were they in place for, like, in the first place?
Sneaking food over and over and over.
Okay.
We've tried everything. We were nice. We tried different consequences, but he just he never listened.
What were some of the other types of consequences? Like prior to, like, are we talking like?
We did take away his devices.
Okay.
Because that was also because he wouldn't stay on his school sites and would just go and try and play games or watch YouTube.
Okay.
But the thing is, he should have been held back so much.
Yeah.
But he passed all of his final exams. So I don't think it was my stepmother. My stepmother was amazing.
Yeah.
But I believe it was my father's doing.
Okay. Helping him pass exams. Was it all online school?
No, back in Oklahoma, he went to public. The thing is, he never really did any of the other work, but when it came to final exams, he had everything he needed to know. So they let him move to the next grade, which was just...
Right. So, you guys lived together back in Oklahoma?
Yeah.
What was life like back there?
Hectic.
Okay.
My step nieces, my stepmother's grandchildren lived with us.
Okay.
Because of stuff that was going on between their mother and their father. My stepmother had custody.
Yeah.
And we had, at that point, we were living in a 4-bedroom with 8 people in the house.
Jeez.
Yeah. And
did you share a room with him then?
Yes, and it absolutely smelled because even then, even when the bathroom was released a couple feet away, he wouldn't get up and go.
Okay. And what is that? You kind of told me about it yesterday, but you said there was some sort of problem that he had that caused that, or?
Yeah. I don't honestly know. That's what I've assumed.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure it's been basically his whole life that this has been happening. And it's not just that, he's urinated in places back in Oklahoma, in his closet, in dressers, everything.
Okay. He's, what type of, disorders does he have that you're aware of?
I know he has ADHD. I believe he has sensory processing.
Okay.
I was never there for any sort of autism spectrum test, but from what I've seen, I know that probably was a thing. I also know he was motor and speech impaired. He couldn't run right and talk right. I think when he was younger, he had to have a surgery on his ears to have tubes put in because he has heightened hearing that was very loud noises could be painful.
Okay. So too much.
Yeah. The fact is that he could hear my stepmother talking with a friend about going to a movie with the TV when it was on really high volume.
Okay.
Because one of those sort of pointers.
What about you? Do you have any of those sort of things or anything?
I have ADHD.
Okay.
And I think they said I was diagnosed with sensory processing, but from what my mother has told me, that's just no.
What is that? I'm not sure. What's sensory processing?
It's basically when you overreact to things way too much.
Yeah.
And I guess loud noises and things and bright lights are disturbing. For me, there's not really any of that. The only problems I have is when someone's music has a lot of bass drumming in it.
Okay.
For me, that'll feel like someone's smashing my ribs with a mallet.
Okay.
That's why I don't hardly listen to music very high if it's got based on was because it hurts.
Yeah, that would make sense. Did you go to school?
Yes, I went to the school back in Oklahoma. I graduated from Santa Fe High School.
Okay.
I've even got the diploma and I stand in my room.
Okay. So you graduated from high school. What did you kind of do after that? You just...
I know that my father had kicked me out after, in, I think, May 2 years ago or so.
So May of 20?
2020, yeah. And due to COVID, the graduation had been postponed to July. And I managed to get my bio mom's number at that point and was capable of talking to her and telling her how all of this had happened.
Yeah.
And I also asked some of the things about what Dad had told me, the whole, did you really not care?
Right.
And from what he told, and I'm pretty sure it's scientifically impossible that she had her tubes undone for Gabriel, which, from what I'm guessing, that's an impossibility, isn't it?
Okay.
So he's a little miracle child.
Fair enough.
He's a blessing to this world.
Yeah. Does your mom feel like that? Certainly. Yeah, he's a blessing.
Of course. Yeah. She loves him so much.
Yeah.
She loved every single one of us, but my dad's controllish, freaky nature was just... He didn't want her having any contact and screwing all of his control up.
Okay.
And there was a thing back in Oklahoma where I had problems with emotional release. I was so terrified of him that I didn't ever want to release any of the negative emotions I ever had around him. There were times where I wanted to say no, but I was so terrified that I just couldn't.
Yeah.
Here, I can release my anger, and I do it in the right ways. I never do it in any way that I'm not supposed to.
Okay.
And if I unintentionally cop an attitude with my mother, I realize it, and I apologize, telling her that I did not mean to, that I just slipped a small amount, and I'm going to go and do something to calm down.
Would there be any sort of consequence for your mom if you slipped up with her attitude-wise, or how would that work?
There were times when I would cop an attitude that was unnecessary, and she would have me get off devices for maybe 15 minutes, because usually that was what it was revolved around, because I'll be honest, I have an addiction to my devices.
Okay.
It's not something I can really do without, I guess. I don't know. I never had very much of that back in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
My dad was strict. He didn't even give me a phone. My sister and my stepsister had phones before I did. And that was due to the fact that he could not raise a male.
Right.
And at first he thought that the ADHD was just ADD, because like my mother, I could hyperfocus, which is actually a symptom of ADHD.
Right. And then, so now you're in work. I know we talked yesterday about how you're paying bills and
unlike my father, she doesn't force me to give her half of my paycheck. He forced that on me, and I was working basically minimum wage at both.
Yeah, that's tough.
It was nightmarish. And the thing is that my stepmother didn't even know about that until after I had moved and I had told her.
Okay.
And she apologized so heavily because she was just going to want some stuff to help with rent at times.
Yeah. Which makes sense.
And when he asked to borrow money, he never paid it back. And my mother has paid it back every time. Whether it's in a way like paying for the bike payments for my electronic bike, because, we put a down payment and then we have to do the consecutive payments for it.
Was that your first, would you consider that like your first big purchase on your electric bike, or have you purchased a more expensive thing?
More expensive than that? I don't believe so. Okay. No.
What about PCs? How much you spend a decent amount of money on computers, or trying to just piece them together, or?
We spent good amounts because Minecraft is something I've always loved.
Yeah.
And because for me, for the ADHD, being able to build and be creative is just something that I absolutely adored.
Okay.
And it also was something that I liked doing for YouTube. I have a YouTube channel myself. It's not popular or anything, but it is it's something that I was inspired by from the Preston Plays and the recently passed Technoblade.
Yeah. Okay. So, you come here with Mom about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And Timothy comes about a year ago. I think you said yesterday the same date even, right?
Yeah, the same date that I left the house. I moved here into Michigan, I think, on the 30th.
Okay.
Because for the time after I had moved out of my parents' house, I stayed with my Uncle Dave and Aunt Linda, who both had actually been tricked by my father to also believe that my mother was bad, until she managed to clear the air.
Yeah. So you say the same date, but a year later, does that sound right?
Yeah, I moved here at a later date, but he moved up here on the day I was basically kicked out.
Gotcha.
My dad had basically put a timeline, like I had to move out by a certain date and have my own house to be on my own 2 feet, which the thing is, he never prepared me for any of this. Like I said, I love him, but most of the respect I had for him is gone.
So Timothy comes up here. What's life like immediately when he gets up here?
It was good at first. The thing is, this has happened before. Not like moving up from somewhere, but for the whole thing where I think he said back in Oklahoma, I think once or twice he had said something about being suicidal.
Okay.
And we had put him in my stepmother and father agreed on this, that he could be institutionalized. Okay. And when he got back, the first couple of weeks were good. He didn't misbehave, but then after that, it just reverted back to what he was doing before.
Okay.
The destructiveness and everything.
Explain that.
It was very dangerous. He would pull the outlet covers off. He would screw with the light fixtures. It was our house in Edmond was his room. He'd pull the studs out of the wall, rip off the paint. It was, yeah.
Were you able to?
So here Paul's saying all the quote unquote bad things that Tim did or Timothy did, but nothing that Timothy did deserved the way he was treated, right? I mean, you're saying all these really, he was unscrewing light bulbs, he was pulling things out of the walls. What did they do to get Timothy help?
Have a conversation with him like you and I are having, like a back and forth conversation, or he wasn't able to talk like that?
He could talk, but the thing is that it would mostly be hard to understand.
Okay.
Because of the speech impairment, I think it's called. I don't know what that word is.
Speech impediment?
Yeah, there we go. He was in therapy for that and the motor.
When he up here?
No, in Oklahoma.
Do you know if he made any therapy or anything up here?
No.
Okay. Do you know if you ever went to the doctor at all?
Here? No, honestly, we never, until, I don't know, we managed, since we stopped the last hunger strike and managed to get him back to a safe weight, we were hoping and praying that he wouldn't need any sort of assistance at that point, which he didn't. He was fine. But then this whole ordeal happened, and I honestly feel like we should have taken him to the doctor sooner. We could have done something, but with all this that has happened, it's just...
Yeah. I mean, how long ago do you think you probably should have taken him to the doctor?
Honestly, if I'm going to be honest, I'd say the day after the divorce. We got the message about the divorce. And the thing is that my mother can't even face my father right now. She doesn't want to call him because the one thing that she and I both know as if he's going to hurl every ounce of blame that he can at her.
Right. So when was that divorce?
I think it was exactly a week ago today or tomorrow.
So about a week ago. You thought?
Yeah,
I saw on your phone that you had sent a couple pictures to your mom.
Yes.
Pretty skinny, and you said, hey, he's nothing but skin.
Yeah, I was very concerned. It just.
What do you think that maybe would have been a good time to take him to the doctor, or?
Yeah, honestly, that probably would have been one too. I don't know.
And then you sent a picture of his legs that were just basically gone, right?
Yeah.
No wonder he can't stand or something along the lines.
Yeah, but the thing is, before yesterday and I think the day before, he could walk.
Yeah.
He might need a little support every so often, like he put his hand against the wall or grab the rail of the stairs. But after a couple of seconds, he'd let go and be fine.
Okay.
It was never anything major.
Yeah. When was the last time he was really talking to you, able to have a conversation, or at least try to have a conversation?
Last time he actually talked was 3 days ago, but the day before, or the day after that, the day before yesterday, he could talk. He talked a small amount in the morning, but then he just sort of was making groans and moans, and it concerned me. As my mother was driving me to work, I recommended that maybe we should take him to the hospital.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that ever happened or not.
What did she say about that when you made that recommendation?
I don't know. I think after that, that was as I was getting out of the car and shutting the door.
So we're talking. So today's the 7th. Yesterday, the 6th. What day are we talking about? The last time he was really kind of talking outside the morning room?
The 5th. He talked some in the morning. He was responsive.
Yeah.
That much I know.
What's the deal with the photograph in the bathtub of his face? Zoomed in on his face.
He'd been taking a bath.
Okay.
And I went in there to check on him at one point, and he's just kind of laying there. I'm like, "Bud, you okay?" He didn't respond, but he was looking around, so and he was breathing. I know that much.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So at that time, but he wasn't talking at that time?
No, and it started to concern me. I'm not sure if I texted Mom about it or not.
Well, you sent a picture to her.
Yeah, I probably should have said something about the ER at that point, though.
Well, certainly
it's so stupid.
You have to think about it like this, right? She's a grown adult, and if she sees that, that's not all on you, right? You made it. From what I see, you made numerous attempts to say, we need to do something different about this.
Yeah.
We can't keep doing this thing.
I know she's a good person.
Yeah. And it's not about.
I don't know if this is both of our faults. If we should have done something sooner. I know we both could have.
Yeah. I mean, I think you have to think about this. Right now is not a time about blaming people, but it's a time to try to figure out, when could we have changed things? What could we have done differently? How did we get to the point where we were at? Because, clearly where you guys got to, you say you was in the bath. That wasn't a nice, enjoyable bath, though, right? That was a punishment bath, right? That's a cold, ice cold bath. And that's hard to understand.
I did wash. I did tell him that if he wanted to wash up, and he did. But then, in the middle of it, I think the whole laying there in a daze happened.
When he's getting these ice baths, I know there's numerous of them, right? I mean, because I've read through the messages.
Yes.
How are you getting the ice? Where's it coming from?
We have an ice machine upstairs. It's not a lot. It can barely create any. It's enough to make it a full-on.
But it's a cold bath.
Yeah.
And you're putting ice in there? Like one dump ice, 2 dumps?
One dump, yeah. It's maybe that much.
And then you're just running cold water, or what type of water?
The water doesn't exactly go cold.
Okay.
It says there's a cold button, but it's basically sort of lukewarm-ish.
How many times would you estimate that you guys gave cold baths as a punishment for not behaving or whatever, for whatever reason?
I think for punishments, it was I don't exactly know the number, but it wasn't a lot.
Are we talking like 5, 10, 20 every day, every other day? Like any idea?
5. But
whose idea was it to give him a cold bath as a punishment?
It was my mother's.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it would be a punishment effective or not. I don't.
Do you remember the first time you guys did it? Like why? Like what did he do?
Not exactly.
What did he do on that day that you sent the photo that made you have to give him a cold bath?
I think it was that he not only peed but also pooped in bed, and my mother wasn't too happy because it absolutely reeked.
Yeah. When we talk about bed, I understand we've been to the house and we've been through all the messages.
Yeah.
Where did he sleep most of the nights? In that closet?
Yes.
When did that kind of start happening? Or had he always been staying there?
No, he hadn't always.
Okay.
But the thing was, the loft bed, if you've noticed, the screws and stuff, that was his doing.
Okay.
And we couldn't get it safely back.
Yeah. So he's sleeping in the closet?
Yes. We made sure that it was cleaned. He had a mattress in there, but then he decided to rip off the cover, like a sort of plastic cover we put on there to keep it from getting smelly and disgusting. We always wanted what's best for him. I don't know.
So you guys decided to move him into the closet. There's an alarm on the door. What's that for?
When he would try and sneak, because if you notice, there was also one on the garage door. That was also because, there's some food in there that he would try and sneak.
Right.
And it wasn't just that he was hungry at some points for those. It was that he wanted something sweet. He just... And at times he would be taking stuff that was going to have plans for actual food.
Yeah, I agree. I see exactly what you're saying.
And I don't know about the whole, just bread at some points, but we did start giving him actual better food.
When you talk about the bedroom being moved into that closet, is that your idea or is that your mom's idea?
That was my mother's. Yes.
And, so how long do you think he was staying in that closet for?
Couple of weeks, maybe.
Okay.
I think we truly had started activating the alarm on the door every night after we had found that he would sneak out and get back up on.
Yeah.
To his loft bed. Where, like I said, that thing was dangerous at that point because he had been screwing around with the bolts and screws, and at any point it could have given way and he could have gotten seriously injured.
Right, yeah. So if he moves into there, there's the tarp in there, is that just to prevent? What is that for?
That was after I think we'd gone to like 3 plastic covers that he had shredded.
Yeah.
Before we decided to put down the tarp. And honestly, I had expected him to complain, but he didn't, and I don't know.
So there's restriction on food. He talked about bread. For how long was he just eating just bread?
A week or 2.
What was he kind of eating before that?
We do ramen, sandwiches, and I think at some points we actually give him like a meal.
Why was it that he couldn't have meals?
I mean, the whole sneaking, I don't.
Because he was sneaking food?
A lot, yeah. We over and over and over. There would literally be times where I would be sitting on the couch playing.
Yeah.
And then I'd look up and he's there grabbing something.
Yeah. And so whose idea was it for him to just eat bread? Is that your idea?
No.
Whose idea was that?
My mother's.
Tell me about the hot sauce. I know that was used as both the punishment and it was put on the bread. Was it always on the bread?
Not always, no. But the thing is, it still hardly did anything for him. There would be times where it would do something for me because I'd accidentally rub my eye after I put it on there. It was, ow.
Yeah. So you're putting, what dictates whether or not there's hot sauce on that he's eating? What decides that?
I don't know. I just, whenever my mother told me to put hot sauce on it, I did. It was normally a thin layer to make sure that it wouldn't be too much, because from what I know, the California Reaper is, 2,000 Scoville, or 2 million Scoville?
What does that mean?
It's the hot sauce, or the heat index, basically.
Okay. And that's pretty high?
Very.
So how long have you guys been using the hot sauce for?
Almost a month, maybe.
Okay. And was that only on bread, or was that on other stuff too?
I think one time we put it in some rice.
Okay.
But after that, I don't think we did that again.
What was it used for, right? Because you're giving them bread as this meal. What's the purpose of the hot sauce?
I know it was punishment, but honestly, I don't think it was that useful because, like I said, he had no feeling in his tongue. He totally bit a hole in it at one point, didn't even feel it.
Was he eating this bread with hot sauce, or was he?
Yeah, he was.
Is that really the only things he had to eat those days, or would he get other things to eat?
From the bread and rice, other than that, not that I know of.
Okay. So for how long do you think he just ate rice and bread and hot sauce?
Maybe 4 months, maybe. Or 1 month, sorry. I was thinking 4 weeks, and I couldn't scramble that.
We totally understand. I understand what you're saying. So maybe about 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Did you see a decline in him during that 4 weeks of losing even more weight or being even less responsive? Or what changed when you moved into doing that?
I think it was that there would be times where it would take him a moment to respond. At first, I thought it was just him acting, but then I was getting concerned. I think a week or so, maybe ago.
Okay. That his responses are delayed, is that?
Yeah, and
as a matter of fact, I think you mentioned that to your mom multiple times, right? That he doesn't seem to be responding, that he can't walk very well, that he's stumbling. I think you mentioned those things too.
Yeah.
What was her response to those things?
I think she was thinking, because there was one point where he did that, but it was before he was thin.
Yeah.
And it scared the crap out of me, but then he admitted to my mother later that day while I was at work that it was an act.
Okay.
So I guess she made the mistake of believing that was what it was. I know that he's done stuff like that back in Oklahoma too. He would do something that would scare the crap out of us to make us believe that something was wrong. And several times here, he faked seizures. I've seen it and I've also seen what happens because back in Oklahoma, he had seizures from medication problems.
Okay.
But yeah, I know that I can tell the difference. And at one point, Gabriel had just barely walked back into Mama and Adam's room when he tried it again. Had Gabriel been there, he would have been even more terrified than he already was, because like we said, he was there for the stroke and the seizures, so.
Yeah. The hot sauce. Whose idea was it to get hot sauce as punishment? Was that your idea?
I honestly don't remember that part. I don't remember whose it was. I know that before we were using the California, we were using ghost pepper sauce.
Where do these sauces come from?
I think it was either Amazon or Walmart apps.
Okay. Did you ever go to the store and buy anything?
No, we didn't ever.
Did you ever order any of those yourself, or who was ordering the hot stuff?
My mother is, but she would ask if I could help her pay for it, which,
Okay.
like I said, she's been amazing. She's never demanded money.
Yeah. I think I saw a message that where she asked you.
So I knew that
Right.
she wasn't just going, if I said it not that moment, she would have understood, unlike my father.
Yeah. So the hot sauce on bread, if you ever put hot sauce on bread, was it ever your own decision to put hot sauce on bread?
No.
Sometimes you were left in charge of the 2 kids, right?
Yes.
How often was that you were in charge?
Sometimes it was during the mornings where she would go to work, but around 3-ish, I would have to go to work myself. She would be home after around 6 o'clock from work, and at that point, she would ask me to have them both go to Gabriel and Timothy to go to their rooms, which, for him at that point was the closet, and Gabriel's was downstairs as well. Gabriel would take his tablet because if there's one thing we both know, it's that he's also very dependent on that. It's something that keeps him calm and collected.
So when mom's not there, is she monitoring with the cameras? Is that what the cameras in the home are for?
Yes.
And how does she communicate with you?
Text. Text.
From her phone to your phone? Or?
Yes.
Okay. And how does she communicate with the other kids?
Through the alarms, because they do have that dual way talking, but
So she can talk to them through the camera system or the alarms?
Yeah. It's cameras, not alarms. Jesus, the alarms don't have. Sorry.
You don't have to be sorry. You don't have to be sorry at all.
I can't.
So she's able to communicate with them that way. She's communicating with you via text.
Yes, Timothy doesn't have anything to text with. He does, but I don't think, because we couldn't trust him on devices, so we couldn't exactly.
So you have her kind of monitoring everything.
I do sometimes at some points, yes. I will log into the cameras and make sure that I don't have Gabriel's app, because normally before I leave, he's upstairs in her room. He's been like that for a while. Timothy's or Gabriel's? I don't know about that one, honestly.
Do you know what app was Timothy's?
The one for his room, I think Mama had that one. I know the one in the bathroom was Blue something, BLU, and then something else.
Okay.
And then the one in the downstairs area was Tekken.
Okay. So wait, was Timothy had his own 2 in his room?
Yes, but that was before we moved him into the closet. The Tekken was for when he was there, and it was also when he would get up and have to go to the bathroom before this whole.
Which ones do you know how to log into?
I don't think I remember the one for the Tekken, but I think the other one was my sister Millie's name, and then it was 2 numbers, I think. I don't remember.
Okay. When do you think was the last time you got logged into that camera?
The Tekken, it was
Not in the Blue.
the Blue. I think it was maybe a couple of days ago. I don't.
So just to be like.
Normally I would when I would get ready to head to work, I would log out of it because I could not stand. With my Apple Watch, it was connected to my phone, so whenever that got a notification of like Gabriel going to the bathroom, my watch would vibrate during work. It would be annoying.
Yeah, that's certainly. Okay.
So I wouldn't know what was normally going on during the nights.
Right. So I know that when we talked yesterday in front of your mom, she was lying about some stuff, right? I know that she's a good person. I'm not doubting that at all.
Yeah, we never wanted any of this.
But you also noticed, like I know, that some of the things that she was talking about weren't the truth, right? About, she said she didn't know there was a camera in the bathroom. But the fact of the matter, she asked you to put the camera in the bathroom, right? Didn't she send you a text message that says, make sure that the camera's in there and take the shower curtain down so I can see him? Didn't she ask you that the day before he passed away?
Yeah.
So we talked about some of that stuff. Remember how during the conversation I said, I know this pepper's for punishment. And what did she say? She said, oh, I didn't know anything about that, right? Why do you think she's saying those things? Why do you think
she doesn't want to appear like a bad person. She doesn't want to be the bad guy in this. We never wanted any of this. We want him to be healthy. I know that for a fact. We should have been so much. I should have at least put my foot down on something.
Right.
But it's not that I'm afraid of her. I can't fear her because she's not the type to instill fear.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's also what caused him to sometimes lie about things as well. Was that he still had this fear of Dad, and then he thought she would be the same.
Yeah. That could very well be the case.
She's nothing like him. That much I know. She's
right. But she knows that you shouldn't be using hot sauce as a punishment, right? She knows better than that. And you know better than that too, right? Yeah. I think that anybody with some common sense knows that hot sauce is not something used to punish a child for eating food that they're not supposed to eat, or for disrespect, or for not following orders. We know those things aren't okay.
I know that. We've tried so many different things. We're running out of options of trying to find a punishment that would actually work. And even that did nothing.
Right.
And we still kept trying, though. I don't know why.
So you have the hot sauce. Tell me about the handcuffs. I know that, once again, she took no blame for that, right? And who did she put it all on? She put it all on you. She said that was your idea and that those were yours and that you did those things. But I think that's not the truth from what I read on here. What's the real truth on that?
We would have him against the wall at some points, and he would try to move. And at one point, we'd actually put motion sensors on him to stop that. But
on him himself?
Yeah, like they were vibrator. They would sense any sort of vibrations. Yeah. But the thing is, he'd learned to trick them by moving so slow, or they'd be on his door and they'd be moving so slow that it wouldn't set off, so you could get away with stuff.
Okay. So you're saying standing still, was that like a punishment that he was forced to stand
on the wall? Yeah, against the wall.
Was that regular that he had to do that? Like how often was he having to stand against the wall?
Since 2 weeks ago, it wasn't very often.
Okay. Just because he couldn't physically stand against the wall anymore?
No, it was, I guess that it just didn't work, because if he wouldn't set it off when he was against the wall, he would then, like, it'd be on the belt around him. He'd stuff it in his pocket and then just sit down on the ground or lay down and stay like that.
So he was punished by trying to make him stand, but then he would lay down. Did you guys ever wake him up on purpose because he wasn't supposed to be sleeping?
Yeah, and we also know one thing about him was that if he slept during the day, he was going to be up all night.
Okay. So you wouldn't let him sleep during the day, essentially?
If you wanted maybe an hour long or 2 hour nap, we would. But anything longer, we knew that it would start screwing with his actual sleeping.
So who's monitoring this all the time? Like, who's making sure he's not sleeping during the day? Who's making sure he stands against the wall?
When my mother was at work, she'd have me log in before she'd leave. I'd come upstairs and go back to sleep on the couch. I'd set an alarm normally for 10:30 to 11:30 so that I could wake up and be up to keep things going around the house, keep everything in order.
Okay.
So she never did any of this to be harsh.
Listen, I'm in no way questioning whether your mom cared or any of those things. I'm not. But the reality is we just have to talk about how we got to this point and how these decisions were made. So I don't want you to think that.
We also did stop the leg cuffs, I think, a while ago because we noticed that his ankles were swelling. So we stopped that because we didn't want his legs to become irreparable.
How often were you guys putting leg cuffs on before that? Was that something like at night to stop them from moving around, or what was it for?
I think we did it once or so. Once, maybe twice at night. One time. I don't know. I'm so lost. I just don't know what to do.
What about handcuffs or zip ties? What did you guys use those for?
The zip ties were either to fasten the vibrational arms to his belt during the day, or to put it on his wrist, not too tight and I would make sure after the first time we did it, I would make sure to cut off the end of the zip ties because I had them loose. And then he decided to tighten them to where they were nearly cutting off circulation. So after that point, I myself, when I was told to put him in the zip ties, I'd grab a pair of scissors and snip off the ends to make sure that he couldn't tighten it to where it was cutting anything off.
Were you guys ever zip tying his hands together?
His hands, I think we did once when we had a pair of them that the zip cuffs. But again, I cut those off to make sure that he wouldn't tighten them. Because
what was that for? Why would you use those to
normally we have him do this. It was something that I'm not sure if it was my father or my mother back when they were together, but when we were put in timeout, we'd be told to do this. And so sometimes though he'd try and do stuff like this, or just try and put his hands down or down by his side. So we do that to keep them.
Okay. Yeah. How long do you think you had those on for?
I think the zip ties, cuffs, probably when we first used them, it was when I would get ready to leave for work, I'd put them on, do the whole snipping, and then when Mama would get home, she'd grab the scissors and cut them off immediately.
Yeah. How long are we talking? Is this for a couple hours, 8 hours, 10 hours?
Normally the maximum was 3.
Okay.
Because when I worked normally at that point, I think I was only working evening and closing shifts.
Yeah.
It would be 4:30 or 4 o'clock that I'd need to be there. So in order to get there, I would have to leave an hour before to actually make it on time.
Right.
But, and we put the vibrational arms on there, but that, again, we stopped that after the zip ties because with the chains or the chain parts of the cuffs, I think they would rattle to where if you tried to move, it would still set them off, even with the whole slowness.
Yeah. Tell me about the night before. I know that you said you got home at 2.
Yeah.
Let's talk about kind of what really happened that night, because I know that
I did take my meds. He was in his room. I didn't think to check. I should have though. I should have seen, made sure he was at least okay, that he was breathing. He could have been gone by the time I'd already gotten home.
Right. So when you first talked to us and you talked to the police, you said he was on his bunk bed, right?
Yeah.
But that's not the truth.
No.
Okay. He was in that closet that's right there by the bunk bed?
Yeah.
Okay. And then your mom had texted you that earlier in the night, or how did you know that he was in there?
I guess at that point it was just something I would already know because I have a slight problem. It's not like a problem, just a small sort of OCD with the light switches.
Okay.
So I'd go upstairs and I'd take my meds, and normally the light switches by the back door, I want them down. And then when I come over to the stairs, normally when I flip it down, the light in the dining room would turn on. So I'd go to the stairs and flip it to turn the light on the stairs and the ones in the dining room go downstairs and then flip that switch to get the stairs off, and then the one in there would turn on, and that was how I would know he wasn't in the bed. And then go and turn the ones off at the start of the hall, and then turn off the light with the switch by my bedroom.
So you know he's not in the bed?
Yes.
So you told us that you heard him snoring. Was that a lie?
Yeah.
And did you come up with that on your own, or did somebody ask you to say that he was in the bed? It's okay.
Yeah, I know.
It's okay.
I feel so guilty, like I could have done something at any point in this.
But you're not. You're his brother. And you have a mother that can tell you what to do. And so I understand why you feel the way that you do, but at the same time, we have to look at you think that your mother's telling you to do what's best for him, right? That's what you've been telling me.
Yeah, and I know she wants what's best for all of us.
So I'm back to my question. Did somebody ask you to say that he was in the bunk bed?
I came up with that on my own because I didn't want I feel so guilty.
You came up with that on your own?
Yeah, because...
So tell me what really happened in the morning then, because obviously what was told to us wasn't the truth. What really happened? When somebody found him, or...
I woke up and I had been grabbing my shoes, and it was at that point that it basically all played out like we said. The whole morning thing was exact. He wasn't breathing in the closet. It was the closet though. We had to get him out of the closet to try and resuscitate.
So it's you and your mother that tried to get him out of the closet?
We did get him out.
Okay.
And we tried to resuscitate.
Who noticed him first? You or
my mother?
Okay. Did she have asked you via text to check on him on the way up? That's not what happened. She said, "Hey, can you check on him on your way upstairs?" Do you remember that text message at all?
No. Okay. There might have been one that I didn't see, but...
Okay. So you guys pull him out of the closet.
And we tried to resuscitate him. We gave him rescue breaths. His breath smelled horrible. I thought maybe he might have still been capable of being resuscitated because his mouth was still wet. Yeah. So I thought maybe it had just been recent, so we could do something, but...
When you were at work, right, you came home at about 2, does that sound right, or is that...
Yeah, that was true, because... What was it? It was the day after the 4th of July or so? What's today's date?
Yeah, today's the 7th. This was
the 7th. Yeah, it was on the 5th, so...
Well, it's the 5th when you were at work, and then you come home in the morning of.
Yes, and... Yeah, some of the servers there were still people in the lobby, and we had to finish that off. I'm the general utility, so I have to break down the machine, clean the outside, clean the floors.
Gotcha. So when you guys pull him out of the closet, does he have clothes on at that point, or is he in a diaper, or what's that state?
He had a shirt. I think we had put him in pants, or sweatpants, but... I don't know, maybe some point in the night he took them off. I don't know about...
When you say we, you weren't there when we went to bed, right?
No.
So how would you know if we put him in sweatpants? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So do you know if he had pants on or not?
No, honestly. But he didn't have them when we got him out. He had the diaper on, at least.
So he has the diaper on. You're saying that he has his shirt on? What shirt did he have on?
The very same sweatshirt that we found him in, because obviously we didn't want him to get cold, or I don't think Mama wanted him to get cold. I'm pretty sure she texted me about that. I'm not sure.
Okay. So you guys pull him out. Does he have pants on or no pants on?
None, no.
And when we get there, he has pants on?
Yeah, she had me put them on.
She asked you to put pants on? What was that for?
I don't know.
And so you guys... At that time, she decides that she's going to lie to him and say that he was in the bunk bed? I don't understand.
I don't know. She doesn't want to seem like she's bad, that we weren't neglecting him And even if that's what if it somehow ended up like that, it was never intentional.
Right. Well, what you're saying, I mean, if we talk, right, there's all these things where you're like, she didn't want it to seem like this. She didn't want it to seem like this. She didn't want it to seem like this. Did you know that it all seems like that, right?
Yes, I know.
It does. And he clearly was neglected because he died from it, right? The reality is that he was. That's why we're here talking today. So he was very much neglected. And the fact that, you know, she had asked you to put hot sauce on his private parts.
She asked, but I never did.
You never did that?
No.
Okay. And she had asked you to put hot sauce directly into his mouth. Did you do that?
Yes.
Is that on the 5th, the day kind of leading up to all this stuff?
Yeah.
How much hot sauce did you put in there?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that to put that hot sauce in there?
Hers.
And what was the purpose of that?
Again, she thought the whole unresponsive was an act.
She thought it was an act, which clearly, very clearly, it wasn't. I mean,
yeah.
Where is the hot sauce that he used? Is that the one that was in the bathroom, or is there a different one?
That was the one in the bathroom, yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about lying during this? How does that make you feel?
I just hate it. I know she doesn't want to be the bad guy. She never wanted this. We loved him so much, and
I don't think it's about love at this point. I think it's about not knowing what to do, not knowing how to handle the situation.
We didn't know how to do anything. We didn't.
I don't think you knew.
I've never. The worst punishment I've ever gotten in Oklahoma, it was my father. He spanked me with a belt so hard that my butt was bruised. And at another point, they had me do wall sits. He had me do wall sits while holding 2 cans of chicken noodle soup out like this. And that was when I was in high school. I could hardly get to school the next couple of days because I had to walk. And my limbs were so stiff and filled with lactic acid that it was just painful to try and even get across the street. And again, bruises on my backside too, where it was really hard to sit at school.
What other kinds of things? Did you guys ever put hot sauce in your mouth? Did you ever put hot sauce like in his eyes or anything like that?
Not that I know of. I think at one point he may have, after he'd eaten, he had forgotten to wash his hands and rubbed his eye.
Okay.
And at one point, I intentionally done this.
Did you ever directly put hot sauce into his eye?
No, I remember, but when that happened, I helped him wash out his eyes to make sure that it wouldn't sting so much. Or it wouldn't sting at all. I'm not sure if it helped or not. But they said it was good after. I think that was a couple of weeks back.
Okay.
Right.
What else can you tell me about what happened there at what other types of punishments did you guys have for him?
I know at one point that he was actually refusing to eat. We would give him his food and he would just be stubborn and sit there and just slowly, it was regular bread, nothing else on it. Just chow down to the point where it was basically he was trying to waste time. He could be upstairs.
Where did he spend most of his time?
In his room. We wouldn't make him stand. Sometimes we would have him kneeling, like on his knees, like this, facing one of the corners. But
what was that for? For punishment?
Yeah, I don't even know what it was for at this point. I'm not sure.
But where did he spend most of his time?
It was in that room. I think
the closet there?
Yeah, I think less than 3 or so weeks ago we've been having him try and do schoolwork. But the thing is that he's just, at this point, I'm slightly curious on how he was even in sophomore year. He was supposed to be a junior next year, but weren't sure if we were going to be able to do that because he was flunking everything. And my mother graded fairly. She used the actual answers that were on a website or in textbook of some sort.
Yeah.
But back in Oklahoma, he was also even destructive at school, destroying textbooks, desks, really anything. So he was a destructive child.
And I just saw that, right? Where do you and your mom agree to tell the same story that he was in the bunk bed, or how does that happen? You couldn't have both just possibly made up the same story.
No.
So what happened? She told you, right? She told you what to say. Click that. She told you what to say. Because why? Did she tell you why? Does it look bad for you guys?
It's not just that. We loved him.
Can I ask you this, like, straight up? You keep saying love, love. Do you feel like this was love? That he's dead now because he couldn't eat food? Does that feel like love to you?
No.
He's dead because he couldn't eat.
No.
And I don't know anybody that thinks that's love. What I think's happening is your mom's convinced you that she's this perfect person, and she's asking you to do all these things that are literally killing your brother.
I know she's not perfect.
How is that love? How is love? How is love ice baths? How is love? How is love handcuffing? And how is love restricting movement? And how is love hot sauce in the mouth and only eating bread? What if you only got to eat bread? How would you feel? What if you only got to eat bread with hot sauce? Would you eat?
No.
You're pretty skinny already. It wouldn't take you long.
This is my natural weight. I have an overactive metabolism.
But it wouldn't take you long to be very much skin and bones if all you got to eat was bread and hot sauce. Because how could you eat it? And how could you feel good about eating it? Was he throwing up stuff that he was eating?
Forcefully. He would force himself to get it back up.
Yeah, like recently, in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, he would force himself, honestly.
You ever think it's because maybe it was painful? It's hot sauce. It's not like that just goes away. Did you ever complain about pain, stomach pain, pain from using the bathroom?
Not that I know of, no. I do know that my mother, she's not perfect, but she's not a bad person.
Do you know, can I ask you this? Do you know of any good people who starved their child to death? Tell me of one that you know. Tell me of one that you know. That's a child who has a lot of problems, right? That's not a child that's taking care of themselves. They can't take care of themselves because you guys are restricting where he can go and what he can do. And if he does something wrong, you're punishing him by giving him ice baths and hot sauce and only feeding him bread. How is that? How is that a loving person? How is that a loving mother? You know what that sounds like to me? And honestly, the worst mother I've ever met in my entire life is what it sounds like to me.
I know. But she's not.
Maybe she wasn't to you. Maybe she was a good mother to you. And maybe she wasn't to Gabriel. It sounds like she's a very good mother to Gabriel. But to one of the three children, she didn't care. You can say it if you want. She starved him to death because he wouldn't stop taking food. Well, maybe he's taking food because he wants to live. Have you ever thought about that?
Yes.
Maybe he's stealing food so that he can survive. He's dead because he didn't get food.
I didn't know that.
Well, that's not anybody's fault but your mother's. And you can try to take some of the blame if you want, but it's her fault because every single time I see a message in here, it's her telling you what to do. And she put you right in the middle of this. She put you right in the middle of this where it looks like some of the stuff's your idea. And it actually looks like in some of these things that you kind of enjoy it. That you kind of enjoy punishing him for doing wrong things. Do you feel like you kind of enjoyed punishing him for that stuff?
No.
Maybe not that he was in pain, but that you were in charge and you got to tell him, you can't do that. Go do this. This is your punishment. Did you like some of that stuff?
No.
Did she like some of that stuff?
No.
How come you guys are laughing and joking about it sometimes with smiley faces and like...
If it's the upside down smiley face,
yeah, what's that mean?
it's the opposite of happiness.
Okay.
It means that I'm really angry, and she's kept me calm, like I said.
Because he made you mad a lot, right? It sounds like he made you mad a lot. But when you look back on it, do you think he really could control it? Clearly he needed help. He didn't need punishment. He needed some help. He couldn't make those decisions or do those things on his own. You saw it over and over and over and over again, right? What was your mother's choice? Her choice was more punishment, less food. More punishment. The only food you get is bread. And the only bread you get sometimes is with the hottest hot sauce that we can find. That's all you get to eat. There's no way that you can look at yourself and think that's okay and that your mom's good for that. She was doing what's best for him. How could that be best for him? Why couldn't it be a piece of chicken that's cooked? Why couldn't he eat that? Why does it have to be bread with hot sauce? It's not about punishment. You need food to survive. You need food to live. He didn't get to live because of that, because of what you guys did. And I'm sitting here talking to you because I think that way more of it has to do with your mom than you. I don't think that you're this bad person that was out here doing these things, but you're also still not telling me the whole truth about what happened that night, about the night that he ended up dead, that there's more to that story.
I've told you everything that I have. I don't want to live a life where I regret the fact that I hid somehow, something, and I've told you everything I know.
How do you feel about living a life where you hid that your brother wasn't eating from society, that you hid that your brother was dying? How do you feel about that?
I hate myself, okay? If I could take his place right now, if I could give him back his life, I'd do it in a dadgum heartbeat.
Did your mom ever do anything like this to you?
No. Not even back when she and my father were together. The punishments were him.
When did this stuff kind of start? Sounds like to me it started after your stepdad was out of the house.
Because Timothy would take advantage of that situation. We were all stressed. And he would take advantage of that. Anything he can find to take advantage of. Almost his entire life, except for, I think, when he was still a baby. He would find some way to take advantage of whatever he can.
Was there ever food restrictions when, is it Eric?
Or Dad? Yeah.
Eric, not Eric, Adam? Adam's stepdad, too, correct?
Yes.
Was there ever food restriction with bread only when he was in the house?
No, because...
Was the house messy like it is now? Disgusting.
It wasn't as messy. With all the stress that's been going on, we've had moments where, yeah, we could get it cleaned up, but...
Does your mom feel bad at all about getting him just bread?
Yes.
Hot sauce and locking him in the closet and handcuffing it. And
she hates it. She never once enjoyed it.
Ice baths. She gave him ice bath on the day that he died, right? Leading up to it. And she wanted him to sleep in the tub. That's what I read. Did that happen? Did he sleep in the tub?
No.
He didn't.
No.
He didn't die in that bathtub and you guys dragged him into that closet and waited for the morning to call the police? That's not what happened.
No. It's not.
Do you think she did that? Do you think that message is just a little bit suspicious? That she sends you at just about midnight that says, he's in the closet, I had to drag him in there. You don't think he was already dying or dead at that point?
I was working. I didn't read that message until basically I'd gotten home.
But do you think she sent that for a reason? Why would she send that?
I don't know.
Doesn't it seem like maybe he was already dead? That she put him in there so that he could wake up and have died in his sleep? Because she can't call the police when he's in an ice bath and he freezes and he dies. not freezes per se, but he dies in the bath. And she dragged him in there. Did she talk to you all about that? Did she tell you the truth about what really happened?
I don't know at this point.
She did, right? I don't know. I want you to lie.
No, I don't know if he died in there. I don't know where. I remember. I know that when I got up, he was gone.
And when was the last time you saw him alive?
The 5th.
What time? Ballpark?
I think because of my bike, Mama had to pick me up and drop me off at work. So I was very late getting there, but I had let them know beforehand. I know he was alive before I left.
You know he was alive when you left for work?
Yeah.
And you don't really know exactly what it was?
I think she managed to get there a little bit after 6. I managed to get to work around 6:35-ish.
So she says to you at 11:49 p.m. 11:75. She says, please set your alarm for 6 a.m. I ended up dragging him back to a small room. That's talking about the closet.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't going to risk him having access to the tub or other things overnight. Wasn't he already in the tub? So what do you mean risk him having access to the tub overnight? He's still trying to be water. She says he's still trying to be stupid, but I will tell you more tomorrow while I take you to work, describing how many different ways I've proved that he's still faking. He's still doing it.
The thing was that yesterday,
ridiculous.
I had offered him a pizza roll because I wanted to truly test whether he was faking or not. And at first he didn't move. I'm like, okay, maybe this is. But then he moved and went to try and grab it. I'm like, okay, I don't even know. I don't know anymore.
Well, he wasn't faking it, right? Because he died.
Yeah,
he wasn't faking it unless your mom did something to him to kill him. Do you think she did that?
Of course not.
Outside of not feeding him food and punishing him for months, that's what killed him, right? Or did she hold a pillow over his mouth and suffocate him?
No, of course not. She wouldn't.
Did she hold him by the throat and squeeze it until he died?
No.
So what killed him was not having food, not having access to food and malnutrition for months. How long did this go on for?
I don't know.
You feel good at all about any of this stuff?
No, of course not.
You can't, right?
I can't even live with myself.
But how do you feel about over and over and over again defending your mother about how good she is? Do you feel like that's the truth anymore? Because I'm quite disgusted by her. I'm disgusted by her.
She never wanted this.
How smart is your mom?
She's incredibly intelligent. Magna cum laude.
Right. Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought, how can a woman that's this smart, this intelligent, graduate from law school, how could she not know what's happening? How could she think this is fake? How does she not know she's starving him? How does she not see that he's wasting away? And you're telling me that you've got some mental health issues, but you graduated from high school, and it's very obvious to you that he's got malnutrition, right? It's very obvious to you. But your mom here's not seeing that, and she's a law school graduate, and she's very smart. Do you see what I'm looking at here? Yeah. She's a liar. She's lied to you about so much stuff. At some point, you need to stand up for yourself and realize she's a manipulator, she's a liar, she put you in this spot, she did this to your brother, using you. Do you not see that? That she used you to do this to your brother. Your mother used you. She's so smart. She's smarter than any of us here. She's smarter than me. She's smarter than any detective here. She's smarter than our chief of police here. She's smarter than all of us. And we're supposed to believe she didn't know what's happening? No, she didn't want him around anymore because he was too much of a problem. You know that's the truth. You can look back at it and see that, can't you? She didn't want him around anymore because he was too much work. That's the truth. And the second you start to believe that and understand that, then I think that's the time you can move forward in this case. Until you believe that, until you understand that, you're never moving forward from this. This isn't an accident. This didn't just happen. Your mom knew exactly what was happening to him, that he was wasting away. You saw it, didn't you? You saw it happening right in front of you.
It was never intentional.
For you or for her? Is she smart or is she not smart?
She's highly intelligent.
Then how is this not intentional? She thought, what did she think was going to happen then? He was just going to be good? And all of a sudden he was going to start behaving and doing everything she said because she didn't feed him food?
I don't know.
What did she think was going to happen?
I don't know.
Exactly what happened is what she thought was going to happen. At some point he wasn't going to wake up.
She never wanted him dead. She loved him.
That's love to you? Everything that we talked about is love? How? Who do you love in your life?
My family.
Have you ever thought about starving them?
No, of course.
Have you ever thought about not giving them food as a punishment?
No, of course.
Have you ever thought about giving them hot sauce so that they would listen?
No.
Or that they would do what was told? You somehow don't think those things are okay. Do you think those things are okay?
No.
Because everybody knows they're not. Except the smartest woman in the room. She's the one person that doesn't know that's not okay? You're joking, right?
No.
The smartest woman in the room is the one that doesn't know you can't do those things. No, it's all very intentional. The smartest woman in the room knows. She graduated second in her class from law school. She graduated with honors from college and from law school. But she doesn't know that not giving your kid food is going to make him sick and die.
We gave him food. She even told me to make sure that he had a good amount of. She would tell me on random days. They were never consecutive, I don't believe, for the hot sauce punishment. But other than that, it was always bread and rice. At one point, she even asked me to put some broth. I think that she wanted chicken, but we didn't have any, so I used beef for some rice. She cared. She never wanted this. We didn't.
But you sent her pictures of him looking dead, right? Looking almost dead.
Yeah. When was that?
That's your brother.
Yeah.
That's June 13th, less than a month ago. You sent this picture to her and you said, he's looking like a skeleton. We need to give him more food. But you guys didn't give him more food over the next couple weeks. You guys gave him less and more punishment and less bread and more bread with hot sauce. That's what really happened. You reached out to her and said, this is scary looking, right? You probably thought, he can barely walk. You sent a picture of his legs, right? You sent this picture of his legs to your mother, right here. You sent this to her. And what'd you say? Something along the lines of, no wonder he can barely stand up or walk. Look at that. And your mother, being smart and intelligent and the smartest woman in the room, she didn't do anything about that? Didn't think about taking him to the doctor? Didn't think about, we have to give him some more food, like seriously now? Instead, what do you think she did? She gave him less and more punishment. Until what? He ends up dead. And what did she tell the police? He was always wearing baggy clothes, so I didn't notice anything until last night. Another just blatant lie. Another blatant lie. If this was all an accident, why would she lie to us? If this was all an accident, why wouldn't she just say, we were having a really hard time with him. I thought he was okay. No, she knows that he looked like this. That he looked like this. Look at his face right there. That's not who your brother looked like, is it?
No.
He didn't look like that. Does that look like it? That looks like somebody in a casket that you see at a funeral. That's what that looks like. And it's sickening and disgusting. And you sent this picture to her too, didn't you? You sent that to her, didn't you?
Yeah.
You sent that to her on July 5th. Right before the day leading up to him being found dead. Does he look like he's okay right there?
No.
Why'd you send that picture?
I was concerned.
Yeah, once again, you're not the smartest person in the room and you're concerned. Did she do anything about it? No, you know what she said? He's going to sleep in the back all night tonight. He's sleeping in the back all night tonight. The smartest woman in the room. He's getting the bathtub all night for punishment. And make sure the shower curtains are wet so I can see him. And what happens later on that night? At some point between the time this picture is sent and the time you wake up in the morning, he dies. Because he's alive right here, right?
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
He's alive. Did she tell you to snap him and see if he blinks? Or is that a different time?
That was...
Is that this time or a different time? You smack him in the face to see if he's faking it?
I was trying to see what was going on, trying to see if he would even respond, if what was going on with him.
Because to you, not the smartest person in the room, to you, you already know. This isn't okay. This is a dying person. This is your brother dying. Ooh, sorry about that. This is your brother. And he's almost dead.
Another thing,
and so she
I kept setting him up.
Yeah.
And I would come back a little later and I would notice that he actually had moved himself back down. I wasn't sure if it was intentional or if he was trying to clear up his airway maybe.
But just move it. What is that supposed to mean? Well, he must be okay because he moved a little bit? That's where we're at?
I wasn't
He's
sure.
so far gone that you're like questioning if he moves a little bit, he must be okay? Come on.
I wasn't sure.
Where did that stuff come from? Where did that come from? Didn't your mother send you messages that said, I saw him move? I saw him. Did she send that to you?
Yes.
Then what does that mean to her? That it's fake? Is this fake to you?
No.
Is your brother lying on the floor dead? Is that fake to you?
No.
You know who it didn't matter to at all? You know who I didn't see shed a single tear the whole day I was there? Your mom. Did you see her cry a real tear?
Yes.
I saw a whole bunch of fake. You know what my job is to see? Fake. You know what I saw a whole bunch of? Fake. Because at the end of the day, your brother gone, that's a problem for her that's gone. She never was trying to solve this problem. She was never trying to make him into this perfect person because she's smart enough to know that isn't going to happen. He's never going to be you. He's never going to be Gabriel because he has too many problems. He's not going to be that. She's smart enough to know that. That's how we ended up here. The smartest woman in the room took advantage of you. And she asked you to do these things over and over and over again. And this is the woman you're sitting here saying she cares so much. Does she really though? She asked you to handcuff your brother, pour hot sauce in his mouth. She asked you to pour hot sauce on his penis. Your mother asked you to do those things because she cares so much. She put you in that spot. And now you're right in the middle of an investigation in which your brother died. And this is criminal. This is a crime. Did your brother deserve to die?
No.
Should he be dead right now?
No.
Is he dead by the choices of others?
Yeah.
Who made those choices? Who made the choices for him to be dead right now? Did you make some of those choices?
No.
Who made those choices?
Mama.
Yeah. She did, didn't she? That's what's real.
I don't know.
Now, did you do some of the things she asked you to do?
Yes.
Absolutely you did.
Because I thought I
does that put you
knew what was best.
Does that put you in the wrong? Doing those things?
Does it?
It does. It puts you in the wrong. Mm-hmm. It does.
Because...
But you thought she knew what was best. You just said I heard you say it.
I thought she knew it. I thought maybe it would somewhere would change.
Because she's smart, right? And she knows what she's talking about, and she loves you, all of you, and she cares all about all of you. But when you really step back and you look at yourself and Gabriel and Timothy, were all three of you treated the same?
No.
Was one of you treated like, who really cares? Who really cares? Punish him, punish him, punish him, punish him. Ice bath, hot sauce, handcuffs, closet. He lived in a closet. You said he spent most of his day in a closet, peeing on himself, pooping on himself, eating only bread, sometimes only with hot sauce on it. It's the hottest hot sauce you can get your hands on. That's life. He's probably relieved that he's dead. He's probably relieved because that's torture. He was tortured by you guys for months. Tortured. Why? Because he was different than you guys? Because he couldn't follow directions? Because he couldn't follow your mom's rules? Is that why? He stole food? Is it that big of a deal? Is his food worth killing somebody over? No. That's what happened here. Overstealing food and not following rules. You said that your dad's very controlling. You know who was also very controlling? Your mom's controlling you without you even knowing it. That's narcissistic. Your mom controlled you and you had no idea. You thought all this stuff you were doing was for your brother. This is going to be better for my brother. This is what's best for my brother. Those are the things you came in here saying. Is that real?
I don't know what is or isn't anymore.
It doesn't seem real to me. It doesn't seem real to me at all. Did you ever hit your brother?
I did.
Yeah.
But every time I would come back, I would apologize. The bruises on him were not me. I know that much. If it was anywhere, it was here. And never there was a spot here, but that was from when he was a child. I'm not sure which parent it was in his crib. He was laid there while his head was still fresh.
Okay.
And so that scar on the back of his head is...
That's an old scar.
Very, basically birth.
When was the last time you hit him?
Probably the 5th when I was trying to see if he would respond.
Okay, and where was that at?
That was while he was, I think, in the tub.
But where did you hit him at? On the side of his face?
Yeah.
Did you ever smack him or what kind of hit?
It was sometimes this, and I think once or twice it was... it wasn't like full force, but it was like to try to see if he would respond.
Did you ever punch him in the head?
No.
Because there's some evidence that somebody hit him in the head pretty hard.
Where? This is his skull. Because I know that would never, I would never try to actually injure him at those points.
What really happened? How did he get that injury in his head? Did you hit him once a little harder than you maybe wanted to? It's okay, man.
Yeah, I remember I kept trying to pick him up after I'd gotten him out of the closet, and I think at one point he actually scratched where I pulled away, and he fell, and I think it happened several times, like he was trying to get out of my reach.
Yeah. When was kind of the last time you really hit his high part or something?
I think it was, I was trying to get him into the bath for the ice bath thing. And yeah, he sort of, I thought he squirmed, but maybe it was like something else. I don't know, but he slipped out of my hand and hit his head on the ground. But
what part of his head did he hit?
Was it the sides? I don't know the exact region, because by the time I heard the thud, I was literally about to turn around because I had to stop for a moment to fucking breathe. I was frustrated.
Listen, let me tell you this.
I never wanted
Let me say this first, okay? But the injury to his head, that's not what killed him, okay?
Okay.
But what killed him was not eating.
He's starved.
But when we talk about this injury to his head, I just need to know the truth of what really happened, because what you're telling me doesn't make a lot of sense. What really happened to his head? The medical people, there's a medical examiner counselor, that isn't what caused it, but that was there. They just noted that, so I'm just curious what really happened.
I don't know.
Was there like a hard punch or something when you're mad at him?
If I ever was smacking over the head, it was with an open palm. I never closed my fist.
Maybe like on this one day when you wouldn't?
No.
There's never one time where you hit him in the head?
No.
with a fist?
I would long to, but I would walk away because I knew that if I did something like that, I would not only regret it, but if I knew that if something like this had happened and I had never even been able to apologize.
Right. So where did he hit his head at? You gotta remember, you said it was just a couple days ago. Where did he hit his head at?
I think each time, I'm not sure. I know at one point, I think once it was on the side, another time it was the other side. I'm not sure if there was any in the back, but because
where are you hitting his head? Like,
normally it was right here for me.
okay,
Just either side a little.
remember the time when you were so mad that maybe lost a little bit and then harder than that, because this is a serious injury.
I wouldn't hurt him that like that. No, not even
I
if it
don't think
was.
it's on purpose.
I wouldn't. If it wasn't accidental that it happened, I don't think I would have even realized at this point until someone had probably told me.
Did you ever see your mom hit him?
No, she never raised a hand to him that I know of.
Okay. Did she ever ask you to hit him or ask you to punish him physically?
No.
By hurting him like with
No.
fists or anything like that?
No.
So what's your best guess on how this injury happened to the head? This is a severe injury, so it's not this. It's not a slap, not even a hard slap.
If it wasn't for hitting his head on the floors and
What part of his head hit the floor? That's what I don't understand.
it might have been the back at one point, but the thing is that when he was on the ground, his head would constantly loll to the side. So if it was
After how long was it like that where it rolled to the side? After his head or
and barely even moments after this when it fell.
Do you think of anything else about this?
I don't know. Something I should have put my foot down at some point. I loved him so much.
What would have happened with your mom if you put your foot down? What would have happened?
I don't know. Maybe something would have been different. Maybe he would still be alive. I promised him before the whole thing with mom and dad that I would protect him, but I failed so hard. I failed.
I'm gonna step out for just a second. Okay. If you need anything, you need to use the restroom, you need a drink of water.
Do you have something that I could snack on?
Yeah, I'll try.
I'm with slight hypoglycemia problems.
So what type of snack are we talking? Like chips or a little, I don't know what's okay for me.
Really anything that's just maybe chips, yeah. Something with salt too.
Also, we get a DV though, because I need to go into the DV because his phone and right. You ready, man? Ready to go home?
Oh, yeah, I guess.
I got keys from your mom for the house.
No, I do not.
So
You're concerned about her 20-year-old son.
Oh, okay.
So that's what that was about.
All right, so that concludes Paul's interview, and yeah, it's pretty frustrating, infuriating, upsetting, all the above. So shake it out, shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. Ugh. All right, it's only going to get worse because now we go into Shanda. This is only a few minutes. Then I'm going to play her hearing from November, where she was asking for a retrial. And you guys all, well, maybe you don't know. Well, I'm not going to spoil it. But what happened there is leading us to tomorrow, which tomorrow will be live. So right now we're just kind of getting back into why we're going to be watching tomorrow.
So please, take care of yourself. He's a respectful officer. He's assured me he's going to do a medical screening. I know you got medical problems. You have to take good care of yourself. This is a manageable problem. The law says you're presumed innocent, and you know that. Okay? So don't assume the worst. Assume the best. Okay? But take care of yourself. I'll be back in touch with you as soon as I can. Okay? I do have to go. I'm heading out of state right now, but I'm back tomorrow. Okay. And as soon as I get more concrete information, I'll come see you. Okay? Thank you. Good. Please take care of yourself. You got any property you want me to take possession of? Because you can't keep anything in here.
I've got my ID. I mean, I don't.
You should keep that.
Yeah, you should bring that with you.
House keys. Paul doesn't know where another set is.
Pardon?
He doesn't know where another set of keys is.
Okay. Should I give them? You want me to give them to Paul?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, if I take these?
It's just.
Yeah, I can do that.
I'll take them. I'm sure it's okay with you.
That's fine.
Okay.
I don't think anything. I didn't bring anything. I was just cold.
Please take care of yourself. You'll be okay.
I'm trying.
Okay. The officer's going to take you back.
Come here, beggar. I'll tell you everything that's going on. Or what I've been instructed to do. All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, you're going to be charged with child abuse right now. I believe it's the first or second degree. So it is a felony. So you won't be able to get out of jail until you see the judge, until the warrant paperwork's down there, okay? Which will probably be tomorrow. All right.
Sorry.
No, I'm the bearer of bad news right now.
Thank you.
You know? Yeah, it's been a bad couple days.
It's been bad 6 months. I had a stroke 6 months ago. Sorry.
Nope, you're all right. I do have to handcuff you, but I'll do it in the front.
But if my blood sugar crashes, I need that.
Are you diabetic?
I'm reactive hypoglycemic.
Okay. Do you take medication for that?
No. I have a service dog normally, but I didn't bring him.
Yeah.
For good reason.
All right. I can let you have that all the way up until the jail. But the jail won't let you bring in any kind of food or nothing. So if you want to drink it, you can always drink it now.
Just worried I won't keep it to my stomach.
All right.
I haven't been able to keep anything down.
No.
The last couple of days.
I don't want you puking then if you're going to try to drink it.
I can try. We'll see. I don't know.
All right. So I got my handcuffs on you. I'm going to do it in the front because I don't. You're not going to give me any problems. But we're going to have to go down there. Pardon?
I don't have the strength to do anything. I wouldn't anyway. Did y'all lose an officer?
But I have to cuff you.
Did y'all lose somebody?
Yes, a Detroit officer was killed yesterday.
I'm so sorry.
Yep. Come this way. I need you. I want to see if there's a girl here to check your pockets. All right, let's go over here and sit down. Relax for a second. Because like I said, I'm the bearer of bad news, I know. Just have a seat for a second. Relax.
I'm sorry. Trash can. Trash can. I don't have anything in my stomach. I'm sorry.
You're all right. Do what you got to do.
Steps on the beach count just as much as normal. Sweet somewhere better.
I'm sorry.
Hey, did you see my message? Yeah, I'm in the squad room. Would you be willing to come down here and pat her down? I also need to know what the specific charge is. All right, thanks. Bye.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. Detective Alm's coming down here. I think she's one of the female detectives that was at the house yesterday.
I don't remember names. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Did they say like first degree, second degree?
That was Matt.
All right. All right.
All right, Shanda, I have to search you before you're taken to the county, okay?
Shanda.
Sorry.
She shouldn't have anything on her except for ID, but I didn't want to have to do it, so.
I'm sorry.
You able to stand up there?
I'm sorry, you may have seen me laugh just then, but the female officer comes over and says, "Okay, Shanda," and in the middle of her death throes, she makes sure to say, "It's Shanda." Anyway, let's continue on. This is almost over. Then we'll go to her Ginther hearing from November.
Got anything left in my stomach?
Yeah. Luckily.
Pull this up a little bit, okay?
Yeah. I might have a tissue on there.
Can you stand up for me just a little bit?
Sorry. You're not catching me.
I do have to go under your brow, okay? So
It's just a Kacel, just so you know.
no bra?
No, I just wear these. I don't have a whole heck of a lot to hide anyway, and they're comfortable.
Can you stand up straight for me?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have anything on my stomach, but...
Your heart for me, too?
I'm sorry.
No, you need to take them off. You'll have to take them off though when you get to the county. We'll do another search, okay?
My rings.
They'll take those. Okay, you can stand up. I'll take this out and I'll try to put it back in for you. Sorry, this is not going to be super fashionable.
I didn't pay any attention this morning. I didn't even brush.
You can put it back up, especially with being cuffed in the front, for sure.
Just however you want. Okay. You want to take your ID?
Oh yeah, that'll help me out a lot. We're gonna take off now.
Okay.
You ready? You gonna be okay? All right.
No problems. I'm not going to gag you.
All right. We're gonna come right through here. Go back to my cruiser. Yeah, it's super warm, unfortunately. I'll turn the AC on when we get there.
You don't have to turn on much.
Really?
As long as it's a little cooler than this, I think it's fine.
I'm gonna see those. The good part is that you're handcuffed in front, so it's a little bit, it's much more comfortable. What'd you do with your? Oh.
Leave it there. What do I do with it?
Yeah, I just gotta throw it away somewhere. It's, you can leave it there. That's fine.
Sorry.
Oh, you're right. I just wanted to give you this chance to, if you wanted to drink it or not.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Not from all the gagging. Just hang tight for a second. Okay. I wouldn't advise it not here. This is not a clean place. Right here, that was.
Crouch.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just don't have much.
No, you're fine. I'm going to take your temperature. This is touchless, so 96.5.
I usually go at 97 even. So.
Really? That's a little bit lower than normal. Most. Which a lot of people ask, like, what the?
Yeah, when they see 98.6, they think, oh, that's good. I'm like, no, it's not.
I got your ID here.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm gonna take them cuffs off. You gotta put everything in this bag here, including all your jewelry.
All I've got stuff.
Pardon?
All I've got stuff.
Okay.
Okay, I'm lightheaded. I'm sorry.
That's right. Take these off. Can you sit?
Huh?
Can you sit while you sit?
I'm trying not to. Oh my gosh.
You have a shirt on underneath there? You have to take your sweatshirt off, but you get to keep it. It just makes it easier to search you.
Okay, but I get to keep it.
Yes.
Okay.
You probably won't be able to keep the headband though.
That's fine.
They usually make
What about the scrunchie?
Probably not. Anything that you might be able to hurt yourself with, they take automatically.
You gotta hurt yourself with the scrunchie.
Yeah, I know. Belts and stuff like that, shoelaces. All right. What kind of shoes you got?
They're basics.
All right. I'll have to take them in a little bit here, but I like to keep it on you as long as possible. So it's because the floor's cold.
It is cold in here.
Yep, that's why it's actually good. It's good that you got the sweatshirt. Looks like she's already coming. So go ahead and slip your shoes off there.
Socks too, or just shoes?
Just shoes. You get to keep your socks.
Thank God.
Yep.
Hey.
Howdy.
What's going on?
Long time no see.
I know, right?
I try not to come here.
I know, right? I need you to take your hairband off for me too as well.
She has a scrunchie also.
Yep, they gotta come out this way.
Sorry.
Is something wrong with you?
She's feeling a little lightheaded.
No, my stomach's really upset.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Alright. Vander Ark, do you have any other last names?
What's my maiden name?
What's your maiden name?
Ramsey.
You do drugs?
No. I haven't been able to keep anything down since yesterday.
She's had a rough 2 days.
Okay.
Her 15-year-old son died yesterday, and she's charged with child abuse.
Okay.
So she has a lot of medical problems, but she really doesn't take any medication. But she does need
Any mental health issues at all?
yeah,
ADHD?
OCD, and
OCD just
sensory.
means she's putting one spot over and over again, they say.
Sometimes.
That's actually one form, it's not the form.
I know what OCD is.
She does have, she says, allergy-induced asthma, so she can't wear masks.
I had a doctor's note. I didn't bring it with me. I didn't know.
I hate to tell you this is not school. Doctor notes do not work. We have our own doctors, and they will deal with you on that.
And then she does have asthma, so she might need albuterol as an emergency, you know.
Do you have a prescription for albuterol?
Ventolin, albuterol.
You can place your hands up there. That's going to be harmless. Spread your legs. Spread your legs hard.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, just like the hands. There you go. There's pictures on the wall for you, my dear.
I'm not.
That's all right. You've never done this before, so.
You got a bra?
No, I just wear camisole. It's more comfortable. I don't have much folding.
Ready to put up?
Can I put it down?
When I get done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you put your leg down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Ready to put up? You take your hands down. You can open your mouth and see your tongue. Lift your tongue.
I took her temperature. It's 96.
I saw that.
Oh, sweet. I didn't know if we started doing that or not.
What?
Temperature.
Yep. You can grab your shoes.
I kind of made a mess of the booking sheet, but I fixed it. I just put stuff in the wrong spot.
First, second, third, fourth.
They just said the felony, which would be first, I believe. And I asked specifically, I said, what charge? And they said child abuse. I'm like, there's like a whole bunch of them. So.
All right.
Go ahead, Fowler.
You can grab some shoes.
All right, again, thank you to Rottweiler Investigations for that. If you guys don't know them, definitely go check them out. We've utilized a lot of their, I guess, interviews, police interviews. So anyway, go check them out. I'm thinking Chandler Halderson with Kat. This one, obviously, I know there's a couple others I'm forgetting right now. But anyway, all right, so if you guys are coming in and you're not familiar with this trial, Timothy Ferguson was the young man, young boy, 15-year-old son of Shanda Vander Ark. And we saw Paul Ferguson, who was a little bit older than Timothy, Shanda's boy as well. And Shanda was eventually, she went to trial. She was found guilty. First-degree felony, I believe, is what I posted. And let's see, when was that? The jury did find her guilty. She did end up getting 50 to 100 years, but she had 575 days credit. Let's see, when was it? Do I have a date on when her sentencing was? I thought I had, let me see. I guess I don't have dates. Well, we can find out soon enough. I can't quite remember when she went to trial. Anyway, so this happened. Just hold on, you guys. First degree felony. Okay, first degree felony M. That's what she was found guilty of. All right, so then she claimed ineffectual counsel. All right, so she had a Ginther hearing in November, and she got all kinds of, well, let's see. Let's see what she did. You guys will see her antics. So they pushed it to tomorrow. So that's why we're doing what we're doing, because what happened here, they pushed to tomorrow. All right, I got to put myself over here. Let's see. Hold on a sec. Sorry, you guys. Hold on a sec. Sorry. Let me just get myself together here. And Rafa's Rafa's in surgery right now, so I'm going to leave here after this. This is about 4 hours, so just so you know. So hold on a sec. I was not prepared for this. Just give me a moment. All right, let's see if this is right, just to get rid of that. Okay. This big blob back here. All right. All right. So this was from, let me just get the timing right on this. All right, so this was from November 25th of 2025. All right, so this is her hearing from November 25th. Oh, Roger. Sorry, did I say Rafa? Sorry, guys. Roger's getting neutered. Sorry. Hearing from... All right, so it's Roger, not Rafa. Sorry, you guys. My bad. Thinking about too many things right now. All right. Roger's getting fixed. Roger is getting fixed. All right, so what were your thoughts on Paul? 195 votes. Had some remorse, but knew better, 45%. Fully culpable. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Sorry about that. Fully culpable, 43%. Brainwashed, had no clue, 10%. Fully remorseful, 2%. All right, so she's going for this ineffective counsel, and let me find out. Let me get what her. It's been a while, but let me see. What her defense attorney's name was. Fred Johnson. All right, so it's Fred Johnson was her defense attorney. Attorney Fred Johnson. She's the one that she thinks that he gave her ineffective counsel. All right, so let's hear. So this happened November 25th. November 25th, 2025. And you'll see what happened during this hearing that forced them to push it to tomorrow, essentially. Let me just put myself over here. Boy, stinking. Sorry, you guys. Let's go with that. All right. All right, here we go.
I think everyone every time we go back upstairs.
And then all of a sudden,
So there's that.
Circuit Court, County of Muskegon is now in session. The Honorable Matthew R. Kacel is presiding. Please be seated.
Good morning.
Before the court is file 23110 FC. It's people of the state of Michigan versus Shanda Vander Ark. Are you Shanda Vander Ark? All right. Ms. Vander Ark appears before the court with her attorney, Mr. Ambrose, Mr. Roberts, as well as Ms. Bloomquist are here on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan. Date and time, the court is scheduled for a Ginther hearing and technically a continued hearing from the last time we were here. we're delayed. There's been some concerns regarding Ms. Vander Ark's health this morning. Mr. Ambrose, if you want to go ahead and make a record of any concerns you have at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. I had a video conference with Ms. Vander Ark on Friday, this past Friday. It was concerning to me because she didn't appear to be her normal self, and so that concerned me. So I did send an email to the court expressing an adjournment if possible, just because this is an important phase in the whole appellate process, and certainly of utmost importance to my client that she's able to participate in a meaningful manner. And during our conversation on Friday, it just didn't seem that she was as up to speed or healthy. She expressed some health concerns that she was undergoing at that time, and so that's why I asked for an adjournment on Friday. What I understand is that what she told me this morning is on Saturday she had an episode at the Huron Valley Women's Facility where she passed out for a short period of time, was revived, but she had a medical issue at that time. She's not feeling well today either. I know she was checked out by medical. Her blood pressure is higher than it is normally for her, as she self-reports. So I would be requesting an adjournment. It doesn't hurt the prosecution, I don't think, at all. It is, if anything, delaying this case keeps her in prison. I'd like to move forward as if I could, knowing in good conscience that we're putting our best foot forward on a case like this, and have the 100% confidence that my client is able to participate in a meaningful manner. And I just don't think at this point I can, with any type of confidence, say that. So I would still ask for an adjournment, and I know that my client has signed a release for some medical records from Huron Valley Women's Facility to release at least the most recent episode that she had.
Okay, Mr. Ambrose, is she able to speak to you this morning?
Yes.
Not getting into what those conversations are, but are you able to converse with her this morning?
I can.
Okay.
She has a pounding headache, and it doesn't help. It's a stressful situation. I'm sure that's part of the what happens in these types of situations. But yeah,
as an officer of the court, do you believe she's not competent to go forward? Under the Michigan, under law in the state of Michigan, do you believe she is competent to go forward?
Yeah, I don't think she's incompetent, put it that way.
Okay.
She's able to communicate with me, yes, but maybe, not at the best.
All right.
Especially with somebody that has a pounding headache. I can just imagine.
Did she take any medication for headache or aspirin or
I don't think they
ibuprofen or
any medication today?
Okay. Is that something she normally would take for a
yes,
headache?
She's
okay.
Oh yeah, she does. She has a thyroid issue. She pointed out to me that it's protruding. She's undergoing testing. Won't know the results for another couple of weeks if it's cancerous or not. There is a family history of that as well.
Okay. Ms. Bloomquist.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I was going to argue that she's presumed competent until she shows otherwise, but given that's not the claim, then the argument would be whether or not there's good cause for an adjournment, and it's the people's position that a headache is not good cause. Additionally, the people are ready to proceed and put, one, with the Ginther hearing, but two, we do have some evidence that we could set forth to make the record as it relates to her appearance and how she was on the transport on the way here. We did have at the after the in-chambers discussion, jail medical came and looked at her, and it seems that she's been cleared by them, apart from having somewhat raised blood pressure. So I do think that we could make a record as to why this is not good cause. Additionally, Ms. Vander Ark, through her counsel, did give a waiver of HIPAA so that we could request some records from MDOC. They said that those would be emailed to me in approximately 30 minutes. They were going to do that expeditiously. However, the people would put forth as an officer of the court that in communications with the Michigan Department of Corrections, they would not have transported her had there been a medical issue raised before transport. So, Your Honor, I think this is just, again, another dilatory tactic by Ms. Vander Ark to delay this hearing and to delay the proceedings. And I would say that there's not good cause. And additionally, I think the court can take into consideration all of the prior actions of the defendant, her prior reports, all of that when fashioning whether or not an adjournment is warranted. And it's not in this case, and we should proceed.
Okay. Did anyone, we obviously have the Department of Corrections officers in the courtroom. Did anyone talk to them regarding her condition?
I did, Your Honor. I did inform them they may be needed to take some brief testimony.
Well, short of that, I mean, are either one of you comfortable doing that?
If you would like us to, we can.
Okay, well, why don't we have one up? What's your name, ma'am?
Officer Scott.
Officer Scott. Why don't you have you come on up, and I'll swear you in. What's your first name, ma'am?
First name's Autumn, A-U-T-U-M-N.
All right, Ms. Scott, can you raise your right hand? This man up, and you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Can you please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name?
First name is Autumn, A-U-T-U-M-N. Last name is Scott, S-C-O-T-T.
All right, any objection with me asking some questions, and I'll let you guys follow up. Mrs. Bloomquist, Mr. Ambrose?
No.
All right, good morning, ma'am. I'm sorry you're in this position. This doesn't usually happen. So
it's okay.
My understanding is you transported Ms. Vander Ark here this morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where did you transport her from?
Women's Huron Valley in Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Okay, approximately how long is that?
About 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay. And now, I kind of understand the configuration. Are you in the back with her in the van, or are you driving in the front? How does that usually work? Where's everybody in the van?
It's okay. I was driving. My partner was in the passenger seat, and Miss Vander Ark was in the back.
Okay. So you were more focused on the road?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So we probably need your partner more a little bit. Now, were you able to observe Miss Vander Ark?
I can see her through the rearview mirror as I drive.
Okay. Was she communicating with you at all?
She only spoke to us a couple times just to ask to turn the heat up or down.
Okay. Did she indicate that she had a headache at all?
She did not. When we arrived, she did say that she was feeling a little nauseous.
Okay. All right.
A little dry heaving.
Okay. Anything from, was it? No. Okay. All right. Did you ask what it was from? Was it from the ride or something like that, or you don't, you know?
She did say she does get car sick.
Car sick. Okay. All right. To your knowledge, would the Department of Corrections transport a prisoner if they had a concern over her medical health?
No, and if she would have expressed it to my partner, then my partner would have requested to have health care come and clear her before we leave.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Technically, Mr. Ambrose, this is your hearing, so unless you want to go ahead, Mr. Ambrose.
I don't really have anything.
Okay. Ms. Bloomquist?
Just briefly. Officer Scott, was she conversational?
She didn't talk much. Like I said, just to ask us to turn the heat up or down for her. Other than that, she was quiet.
Okay. You can stand down. Thank you so much. Do we want to put the other Department of Corrections officer on? Anybody input on that?
I'll leave that in the court's discretion, Your Honor.
Mr. Ambrose?
I don't have an opinion on it.
All right. Any other argument before I make a ruling on this, Mr. Ambrose?
Well, just that she did mention that she was nauseous, and that's consistent with, her headache, what she reported to me.
All right. Ms. Bloomquist, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. I just would ask the court take judicial notice that Ms. Vander Ark, during this motion to adjourn, has actually been assisting Mr. Ambrose in the proceeding with writing notes to him about if she's taken any medication or if she has done anything to assist in in remedying her headache. So I think that I just wanted that to be on the record because I don't think the transcript would necessarily catch that. But as an observer in the courtroom, she has been actively participating in this motion through her counsel despite her claimed ailment. So again, I don't think there's good cause for an adjournment, and I'd like to move forward.
All right.
Your Honor, can I just say, just my client writing a couple of notes down, is that supposed to be some sort of active participation? I don't think so.
Well, Mr. Ambrose, we're kind of in a catch-22 because I can't ask you what she's been telling you, and what kind of, I can't judge how much she's assisting you without getting into what she's talking about. So I'm observing her writing notes and talking to you. Which I've had jury trials where the defendant doesn't say anything to their counsel, and why don't we do this? The court also has experience with Ms. Vander Ark. Several times during the proceeding, during the jury trial, there were breaks in time where Ms. Vander Ark said she was undergoing distress. I granted those breaks. It seemed to me, and from the outside looking in, that these medical issues seem to be at times of pretty significant testimony in the trial. Not saying that maybe they weren't genuine, but they certainly appeared to be situational. Also, when she were at a preliminary examination down in district court, there was a point of what she claimed to be distress that appeared to be situational. We're here now, and I think it seems to be situational again. Again, she may be going through something, but I understand that adjourning this would necessarily prejudice the defense. However, there's witnesses here. They're ready to go. People took time out of their schedules. The court set aside an entire day for this. And there is something to be said for the swift administration of justice here. And so based on what I have, I don't think there's good cause for an adjournment based on a headache, because that's all really the record's been made. And the only person that can judge if she really has a headache or not, quite frankly, is Ms. Vander Ark. And I don't know if she's telling the truth or not. I have no clue. I will say, as the finder of fact at the trial didn't find her credible, and I don't know how much credibility the court can lay on her statements. So I'm willing to do this. I can take a break, wait for the records to come in. That way the court can review those. I also can offer Ms. Vander Ark, is our jail staff allowed to give her medication, like ibuprofen or Tylenol or something like that? Is that allowed?
I would assume if they discuss it with healthcare at the prison, that would be fine.
Okay. All right. So I don't if we have something downstairs so she can, I don't know what she takes, Mr. Ambrose. She'll let me know. I'm sure they have it all on stay. We can do anything we can to help with that. I'm willing to give her, if she needs for blood pressure, I don't know, maybe she needs food or something. I don't know what it is. So anything that can accommodate to help her headache, I get it. If she's got a pounding headache, then I want to at least try to get her some help for that. So why don't we adjourn? We'll wait for the records to come in. Mr. Ambrose, let my staff know if she needs medication, and we can get that from the jail. And then we'll go from there. Anything else before we break, Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ambrose?
No, thank you.
Okay, we're in recess.
All right, so then there's that. Again, this is from November 25th, 2025. And so we're just getting a refresher so that tomorrow, we're not sure when it's going to start tomorrow. We'll go on at 9 tomorrow, and we'll just play. I'm thinking what we'll do maybe tomorrow is we'll play her on the stand, or we'll play some stuff of her during her trial, and then once this hearing starts tomorrow live, then we'll roll into that. But let's fast forward. Let's fast forward and see what happens. All right, here they're off the break here.
People versus Shanda Vander Ark. All right. Mr. Ambrose, did your client, was she able to get some medication or no?
No, not yet.
All right. I know there's some bureaucracy stuff that goes on between the two and...
the MDOC is the one that would dispense it, since my understanding, because she's not in Muskegon County custody, that have to go through MDOC. So I did send an email to the person in charge of the MDOC, who would be the person that could authorize at least some medication.
How is her headache now?
Not good. I mean...
All right. I did get a copy of the medical records. I'm assuming that we don't want to make those a part of the record, at least certainly not an open part of the record. I guess, how do you guys want to proceed with that? I can make them a confidential part of the record.
Stipulate to any sort of protective order that the defense would want.
Mr. Ambrose is...
That's fine.
Okay. So I'll make them part of the record. We'll call it the court's exhibit number 1. It'll be a confidential record. The court did have a chance to review those records. It looks like on the 22nd, without going into all the details, looks like on the 22nd, Ms. Vander Ark complained of that she felt like she was going to pass out. I don't think there's any indication in these records that she did in fact pass out. There was some concern with some thyroid issues when she was eating apples, I guess, and they basically told her, don't eat apples. That's what's in the records. So there's nothing in these records about her actually losing consciousness. She reported that she was going to pass out. There's also indication that she asked for some Dramamine for the trip to Muskegon because she typically gets car sickness. So that's kind of in line with the testimony that she felt sick on the way here, but she at least indicated that she gets car sick. So unless I'm missing something, it sounds like they sent her because there was no concern. So based on the records and what we've already done here, I think she's competent, and we're going to move forward today. I am concerned that she reported losing consciousness when a medical person indicates that she complained of feeling like she was losing consciousness, and that she's now kind of amplified for whatever reason, I don't know. But I am concerned about that, the fact that she misrepresented that to her attorney, potentially, that she actually lost consciousness, because there's no record of that in the prison. So anyway, anything else before we move on, Mr. Ambrose?
Well, the only way that, she would have to report to the medical personnel that she actually did lose consciousness.
Well, I mean, she okay, I get it, but the quote is, quote, "I felt like I was going to pass out. I have tremors that are severe." That's what she reported on a visit November 22nd, 2025 at 6:45. And she was treated. She says the administrative note was that she was advised on site that the above patient came to the clinic concerned of dizziness and a tingling throat. The tingling throat was transient and only when she ate apples. And it says the RN advised patient had a reddened throat, no swelling or lymph node enlargement noted. And eventually the treatment is, it says she did palpate in a large thyroid. However, the patient is, why don't I get into that? It says RN still had concerns about patient's fall risk. The RN exam otherwise unremarkable. RN gave the patient detail prior to calling. I advised RN to tell the patient to stop eating apples. Other than that, I did not have orders for this patient. So that's what happened on the 22nd, at least according to the note. Like I said, I don't know what happened, but these are medical records by individuals that I don't know if they'd have a reason to lie, quite frankly, if they're making a medical record. So So based on that, I don't see a serious medical issue that is to the concern of the court. So anything else, Mr. Ambrose, on that? I mean, she can testify if she wants about what she's going through. That's fine, but if the request is for an adjournment because of a medical issue, I don't see it. So
when I testify, yes,
I'm not going to delay this anymore. This is, in my opinion, Mr. Ambrose. She's misrepresented and through you to the court that she passed out. She did not pass out. So I'm moving on. I think this is gamesmanship on her part, and it's now 11 o'clock and a hearing that we were supposed to start at 9 o'clock. The court's been very patient with this, and we need to go. So, anything else? No. Ms. Bloomquist. All right. So, Mr. Ambrose, this is your hearing.
Yeah.
You can call any opening statements on either side, or do you want to just go straight into witnesses?
We can go straight into witnesses.
All right. You can call your first witness.
Johnson.
All right, so we heard that. Let me turn my volume up a little bit. You guys were saying my volume was a little low. All right, there we go. How's that? Oh, I think I was a little bit low. All right, I think that should be a little bit better. All right, I turned myself up a little bit. Let me know if that's okay. Okay, so we heard that 9 o'clock, right? So this was last year. This was last November, but they started at 9 last year. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that they're going to be 9 o'clock again tomorrow. So let me know how my audio is. Let me know how my audio is. Audio is good now. Okay, better volume. Yeah, I was down. I see now. I had turned my volume down previously, and I forgot to turn it back up. All right, volume's good now. Okay, cool. All right, let's fast forward. Let's fast forward through this while Mr. Johnson here takes the stand. This is her. This was her attorney. Sorry. So this was her attorney during her trial. I thought he gave pretty good representation. We watched the trial. Good. Thank you, guys. Thanks for the volume check. We did a rewatch of it, and I thought he gave pretty good counsel. I thought he had some pretty good arguments in there. But she, being graduated highest in her class or second highest or whatever, passed the bar the first time. She clearly has different feelings on that. So, all right, let's get to Mr. Johnson on the stand.
All right, Mr. Johnson, if you want to come on up front here, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes, sir.
This matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
My name is Fred Johnson, Fredjohnson.
All right. Mr. Ambrose, you're welcome to stay at the table or the podium, whichever you prefer. So you can stay standing, stay sitting. It's up to you, okay?
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you represented Shanda Vander Ark, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and do you recall, you're an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us when you became an attorney?
1984.
You know, and I apologize, Your Honor, before we start. Ms. Vander Ark, Mr. Johnson may be getting into some confidential information. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that by going forward with this type of hearing, that he's going to relay some confidences.
Yes.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, sir.
Okay. With that disclosure, Your Honor, I'm going to proceed with
Okay. Anything else we should put on the record regarding that you want, Ms. Bloomquist? Okay. All right. Good enough.
What year did you become an attorney?
1984.
Okay. And where'd you go to law school?
Thomas M. Cooley.
And so from 1984, have you always practiced criminal law?
I have always practiced criminal law, yes.
Okay. And has your license, have you continuously been an attorney ever since 1984?
No, sir. My license was suspended last year for 6 months.
And what was that? So it was suspended last year for 6. What was the reason why it was suspended?
Violation of confidentiality, conflict of interest rules.
Okay. And that was while you were a public defender?
Yes.
And when you represented Ms. Vander Ark, you were a public defender. Is that true as well?
Yes.
And the initial allegation that was lodged against you, when does that go back to?
Oh, gosh, that was... I couldn't tell the year. 5 years ago, perhaps 6.
And when was the complaint issued against you?
2024 is my guess.
Okay. And
2023, perhaps.
Did you admit to the grievance?
Yes, I did.
And what did you admit to?
I admitted that I had received information from one client while representing another client, and the person who the information I received was the victim in that case, in the second client's case.
And again, this was while you were the public defender?
Yes, sir.
When did you take on that role?
2013,
and
September.
What did your office consist of?
In 2013?
Throughout the years.
It grew over the years.
Okay.
We started, I think we're at 13, and by the time I left, we were in our 20s, maybe 25, 26.
Okay.
And that includes staff as well.
So you mentioned that you admitted to the allegations within the grievance?
Yes, sir.
And what did you have to do as a result of your suspension?
I was suspended for 6 months, so I could not practice law. There's a fine and costs.
Were you required to take any type of classes?
Was I required to? No, I didn't. I was not required to. I did, but I was not required to.
What type of classes did you take?
On ethics, conflict of interest.
Okay. And did you testify at any of these hearings?
Which hearings? The ethical issues hearings?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if it was testimony or not. I made a sworn statement at the time of my initial interview, and I spoke to the state bar, and I think that was under oath as well. So that both might be considered testimony.
Okay. And part of your disclosures were that you're more or less overworked. Is that accurate?
Was I overworked? I think I was.
And would you disagree with I was working too long, I was working too many cases, too much stuff, too many irons in the fire. Is that something that you may have said?
Yes, sir.
Any disagreement about that?
No, sir.
Also, basically, when I was a public defender, I was working on a conveyor belt system, and the problem that came up on the belt next is the one I tackled and tried to keep the other ones juggling until I could fix them as well. Does that sound like something you might have said?
Yes, sir.
Now, this case with regard to Ms. Vander Ark, do you recall when you initially, how is the assignment system conducted in Muskegon County?
You mean back then or now?
When you were assigned.
When I was public defenders?
Yes.
Okay. The attorneys are assigned to judges, and whatever case the judge received, that attorney assigned to that judge will receive that particular assignment. Normally that was the situation, unless something came up and we'd have to change assignment for whatever purpose might have occurred.
Is there a private bar that receives assignments as well, or is it just everything that every indigent client goes through the public defender's office?
Things have changed over the years. Things have changed over the years. Currently, all the indigent individuals go through the public defender's office. There is a private bar, however. Are there assignments to the private bar? On occasion there are, and there were.
Upon receiving the assignment, do you recall when you would have first talked to Ms. Vander Ark?
I would assume it was before the preliminary examination, but I don't have a specific recollection of any particular dates.
At any point in time at the preliminary examination, with your initial conversation with Ms. Vander Ark, did she ever admit to any type of guilt?
No, sir.
All right. Now, she contended that she was innocent throughout this case, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
She testified, right?
Yes, she did.
She never admitted to any type of wrongdoing that caused the death of her son.
That is correct.
Now, while you were assigned to the case, did you have Ms. Vander Ark see a professional with regard to competency or criminal responsibility?
I had Ms. Vander Ark see several professionals, 2 doctors, and we employ social workers on our staff.
With regard to, do you recall having Ms. Vander Ark seen by Colin King, Dr. Colin King?
I do recall that.
And in Mr. King's report, did he do a report?
He did.
And do you recall what the results of that report were?
I don't recall the specific results. I recall the conversations we had in regards to that report.
As part of his conclusions, would you agree or disagree that he mentioned that Ms. Vander Ark continues to insist she did nothing wrong and was not convinced that her actions and instructions caused the death of her son?
I don't recall that specifically. If you have the report, it might refresh my recollection, but I don't argue with that statement. It sounds, generally speaking, as what I recall.
May I approach the witness? You may.
Here, stand. Yes, sir.
And it's an accurate statement that she had stated that to this doctor that she felt that she did nothing wrong. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you went to trial on that basis, right?
We went to trial because she was charged, sir.
And she proclaimed her innocence, right?
Even had she not proclaimed her innocence, we would have gone to trial as she's charged with first-degree murder. But yes, she proclaimed her innocence from beginning to end, and we tried the matter.
Were there any offers made to Ms. Vander Ark?
None that I can recall, Your Honor. Sir.
Now, Ms. Vander Ark testified at trial, right?
Correct.
And she again proclaimed her innocence to the charges, right?
That is correct.
And there was an incident on the day of her testimony where she had a physical reaction to seeing a photograph of her son.
I believe that was, if we're talking about the situation where she turned and there was a trash can there and she appeared to I don't know if she actually did vomit, but she had, the body language was indicating that's what was going on. I was sitting in the chair over there where the prosecutor is.
And during her cross-examination was, you described the cross-examination for us.
Aggressive and effective.
Okay, aggressive and effective. And did you see Ms. Vander Ark after court that day?
I don't believe I went out to the jail to see her after court that day, no.
Okay, did you go into lockup with her after court?
I can't honestly tell you that.
All right. The next day, can you tell us what happens?
And if my recollection is correct, the next day court was resumed, and my client, Ms. Vander Ark, was unable to attend. She was unable to come to the hearing, as I recall.
And you reported that to the court, right?
Yes, sir.
And you stated to the court that she had some competency issues at that point. Is that correct?
Some competency?
That she wasn't able to proceed.
Yes, and yes, sir.
May I approach you here? And this is, I'm showing you a transcript of December 15th, 2023. It's on page 3. If you can just read that portion.
Yes, sir.
And so you indicated to the court that she wasn't competent to proceed, is that right?
That is the word I use, sir.
Okay. And describe to us what she was going through.
She was, when I went to visit her, she was curled up in a ball on the floor. She was crying. She was upset. She expressed that she couldn't return to court. She expressed that she was upset, that she was stressed, that she was experiencing, and I'm sorry, I forget the word. She was experiencing a period of where she's so emotional she can't function intellectually.
And based upon that, you reported that to the court?
Yes, sir.
And you also, do you recall reporting to the court as well as that if we waited until, or adjourned the matter until Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of the following week, we'd be in the same situation.
I don't recall, but I'm not arguing with it. I assume you have the transcripts there. I don't recall saying that, but...
If you look on page 4...
Which paragraph, sir?
The second full paragraph.
Okay.
Starting with the word 1.
Okay.
And you agree that you told the court we couldn't guarantee to the court that as of Monday or Tuesday or even Wednesday of next week we'd be in any different situation than we are right now.
That is what I said.
And was that an accurate assessment?
That was my assessment at the time, yes, sir.
Do you... Okay, so... One of the things that you argued to the, or suggested to the jury was that Ms. Vander Ark was guilty of manslaughter. Is that right?
That she was guilty of manslaughter?
Yes.
I don't know if I used that term. I don't recall arguing on the manslaughter issue. Can you tell me which page?
Yes. I have this broken up, but it's on page 84.
Okay. Do I have it?
Yes, in the back.
Okay. And whereabouts on 84, counsel?
It's actually on the very last page, page 80.
All right.
First full paragraph. And you told the jury, these people, and I'm assuming you meant Paul as well, these people committed manslaughter. That's what they did.
Yes, sir.
They caused the boy's death. That's
yes,
what you
sir.
said. Now, Ms. Vander Ark never gave you consent to say that she was guilty of anything, did she?
No, sir.
And so you kind of took it upon yourself to make that argument to the jury.
Yes, sir.
I have nothing further.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
So I'm just going to go back a little bit more into your experience. How many years have you been a practicing attorney?
41 this year.
Okay. And how many years of that as the chief public defender for Muskegon County?
2013 to 2024, so 11 years.
Is it fair to say in your role as the chief public defender you would take some of the more severe cases that the county has seen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. My apologies. I'm on the roll here.
Now, just sort of getting into some of the comments that were brought out from your sworn statement or things like that, there's discussions about your workload. Do you recall that? And maybe feeling like you had a conveyor belt system.
Yes, ma'am.
Did a case like this fall into the same category of cases you were discussing in that?
No, the cases like this get the spotlight. They come out of the group, of a pack, and we place not only my efforts but the social workers and other attorneys on staff. We all work on cases of this magnitude.
Okay. So, although there's testimony by you to the effect of being overworked and that impacting some of your cases, is that an accurate sort of representation of what's said?
It certainly impacted the one where I saw that information and I shouldn't have seen it. It impacted there. That's what I think has happened. So, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, and that's okay. And just to be very clear, the case for which you had your suspension had absolutely nothing to do with this case, correct?
That's correct.
No witnesses between, Paul and Ms. Vander Ark. That wasn't the conflict at issue.
That's correct.
Okay, it was a wholly unrelated matter?
Yes, ma'am.
And, while we're on that topic, did you have to sit in that exact same witness chair in a Ginther hearing on that case as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you testified about the allegations and the conflict that was alleged?
Yes, ma'am.
So getting back into your prep on this case specifically, let's walk the court through your preparation for trial. Let's start with prelim.
Okay.
Walk us through your preparation for preliminary examination on this case.
Well, I assume all lawyers do. You receive information called discovery, and you pour over it. You go out and see your client, and you talk to your client about what's going on and what her impressions are. You come back and you go over it again. You bring in other attorneys to take a look at issues. You run issues by them, see if they have any similar experiences or any pointers that they may want to bring to bear. You bring another attorney in, usually a younger attorney in, to sit to watch the whole process. We also employed interns here, so the beauty of interns is, whereas I may have multiple cases, they only have the one, and they pour over the documents and the materials, and if there's anything in there that they see, then they can bring it to my attention. But it's a fallback situation, so we can bring other eyes on it. And there was no different than here, Ms. Vander Ark. We did all these things. We worked dozens of hours just for the preliminary examinations, and we were ready to go.
So it sounds like you created a team, so to speak, for Ms. Vander Ark.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people would you say were on that team?
Over time, coming and going. Over time, from the time we got the case to the time we ended, maybe 4 lawyers, an investigator, 2 or 3 social workers, so we're up to 9, and a half a dozen interns, so about 15, 16, something around that line.
So 15 or 16 people working on her case specifically?
Over the course of time, yes.
Okay. And as part of your preparation for trial, now let's shift to preparation for trial. You talked about hours for preliminary examination. Could you describe to the court your preparation for trial?
Well, at this point, we've had time, a year, to look at this thing. We've brought in experts to examine my client. We've gone out to the scene of the crime and taken photographs and walked around, got the feel of the place. We've talked to multiple folks who we were considering experts, but we ultimately didn't hire. We spoke to outside social workers to see if any of them had come across any episodes along the similar line. We even saw an article in People magazine about a woman who'd thrown her kids out the window and then jumped herself. And quite frankly, it was eerily similar, and quite frankly, I'm still convinced there's something to do with my client's conduct. But it was hundreds of hours by then. And I'll put in a couple hundred hours myself on it, and then you add in what everybody else is doing. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of effort, and I've told her I think if she had to hire, she'd spend $1 million on what we did for her in terms of trying to prepare and defend her in this case.
So just so I'm clear, you yourself did dedicated hundreds of hours
Yes, ma'am.
personally to this case.
Yes, ma'am. It was either I'm reading something or I'm talking to somebody. I'm looking for this needle in the haystack. I believe then, and I believe now, there's something wrong with my client, and that there's somebody out there who would be able to tell me what it was. And I still believe that to this day.
So I want to dive a little bit deeper. You said that you sought out experts, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were some of your experts from the Center for Forensic Psychiatry? The sort of state-run.
We use the Appellate Defender has a website, and they have a listing of witnesses, expert witnesses that other lawyers have used, and we use their list in determining which ones to approach. We also use here from the other lawyers in the office. Have you used anyone in these circumstances? Do you know of anyone? And those are the lists we use.
Okay. And so I know the record will reflect this, but I want to ask you, do you recall having a criminal responsibility report done for Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes, Dr. Watson.
And do you recall also having a criminal competency report done as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And now those were ones that I believe were filed with the court, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there reports that you, or examinations that were done and reports that were drafted that were not filed with the court on Ms. Vander Ark's behalf?
I don't know if we filed Dr. King's report or not. I don't think we did.
Okay. And did you also get a report from a George Watson Jr.?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that ever provided to any, to the court or to the parties?
To my recollection, no.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you did a lot of investigation into experts who could testify about her mental state?
I think that is fair.
Why didn't you present those experts?
The conclusions the experts provided would have been supportive of a verdict of guilty of murder. Their positions were uniformly and enthusiastically negative towards my clients. They would have been prosecution witnesses had we presented their findings.
So you intentionally did not call these experts?
That is correct. We intentionally did not call them.
And that choice was made after a thorough investigation of their opinions, correct? Or I guess explain the investigation that went into that determination.
Dr. King, for instance, when I spoke to him, his response was, "She's a monster." His response was, "She's the worst thing he'd ever seen." And he's a man who testified for mass murders. I did not want to bring his testimony in. Dr. King simply said that she was competent at the time and she was competent for trial, and and that's not what I wanted the jury to hear. I want the jury to hear that there's something wrong with her.
So let's get into, and I hate to zoom out here from these details, but what was your overall strategy?
The overall strategy was to attack the issue of premeditation, that my client premeditated when she caused the death of this young man. Our strategy was to demonstrate that through especially her text messages that she was, for whatever reason, unaware that her son was suffering and was close to death. And we tried, especially with her text messaging at the time, to demonstrate that that was the case.
And I know you previously said you were looking for a needle in a haystack for something in your defense, correct?
We were looking for the cause. If you understand the facts involved in this case, this young man was her son. This young man, she could have refused him. She could have refused even to take him into her home. She brought him into her home to care for him. This young man was killed in the most brutal, heinous way that you can imagine, slowly starving him to death. the two, and it probably is just because that's the way I'm built. I just can't believe that a healthy person would have done the things that she did. I don't believe it to this day.
Now, the realities of this case and the nature of it is something you have to factor in your preparation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did, in fact, do that?
Yes, ma'am. The evidence? Yes.
And now you've talked about these hundreds of hours. Have you also, in preparation for this trial, did you engage in witness preparation?
Of my client?
Of anybody?
Yes, we talked to my client about her role and how we were going to decide once we got there if she's going to testify and the sorts of things she might be asked and sorts of things that we'd be asking of her. Our only other witnesses would have been the experts had they been called, and so there wasn't anyone, or the social workers. And since we didn't call any of those folks, it wasn't necessary to prep any other witnesses for testimony.
And additionally, in preparation, did you evaluate filing motions to suppress or other sort of pretrial motions on this case?
Certainly. And that was the value of the groupthink. You have several lawyers and you're asking them, and an investigator, what about this issue? What about that issue? Should we file a motion on it? Should we attempt to take you to the Court of Appeals? We lose that sort of thing. All those issues were discussed.
Did you also prepare for your voir dire in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Are you aware there's an allegation that you did not prepare for voir dire in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, did you provide to me some documentation from your file regarding your voir dire?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, would you like the people to be numbers or letters given today's proceeding?
Let's do numbers. We'll stick with consistency, unless someone's pre-marked exhibits, but we'll do numbers.
Okay. I'm going to be showing, may I approach?
You may.
All right, I'm showing the witness what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 1. Could you identify what this is for the record?
Yes, this is my standard voir dire sheet, in which 4 pages of questions that I may or may not be asking depending on the nature of the case, but certain things that I want to make sure I cover and ask the juror or potential juror before they're seated.
Okay. Do you recall if you used this preparatory document in your trial?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I know this is a blank version, but did you take notes on it during the trial? Or?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1.
Mr. Ambrose?
I'm sorry.
He's been moving for admission.
Oh, I have no objection to it.
Okay. All right, so Exhibit 1 is admitted
just leave that on.
without objection.
What did you do to prepare for voir dire? Was it all contained in this document, or what else did you do?
No, ma'am. The day before, a couple days before a jury trial, the list of potential jurors are made available to the parties. We got that list, and there's some information. It used to be better when it was handwritten, but now the computer stuff is not as helpful. But there is information, and we, and I say myself and the interns go over this information to discuss potential jurors. We're looking for folks that we want to keep on the jury and folks we don't want on there, and so we're going over these things, and we're asking questions back and forth. Do you know these people? Have you met these people? Are these people, witness? Are they friendly to us? Would they be hostile to us? And we're going over that list, and so we've got notes. When we come into court, we have notes on the witness list that they gave us as to individuals we may not be calling. We may not wish to sit on the jury. A police officer. If there's a police officer, we're probably going to ask him to be removed or her to be removed. So we go over that. Then when we get to when we prepare, we're looking at which of these questions are important to us and which ones are not. The way voir dire works, as you know, they're asked did you hear all the questions and would you answer any different? So you can't ask the same questions over and over. So what I try to do during my voir dire is specifically save out some questions so that every time I take somebody out, I have new questions for them. The whole panel hears them, but they're new questions, and they kind of help keep the interest of the rest of the panel. So that is part of the voir dire preparation. The reality with voir dire is, if you pick a bad jury, the case is over. You're done. You've got to emphasize that part, because if the jury's not listening to you, it doesn't matter how brilliant you are afterwards. The voir dire has to be effective for your client. So we put a lot of emphasis on it.
And you specifically did in this case.
I specifically did in this case.
Now, is also part of your voir dire come from experience?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you give a rough estimate before this trial how many jury trials you have conducted?
Misdemeanor, misdemeanor and felony, maybe 2 or 3 a year felonies, and back when before I became a public defender, 10 or 15 misdemeanor cases, literally a couple hundred. I don't know. I've lost track a long time ago.
You don't keep a sheet with them?
Yeah,
or something
at least 10, 15 a year for 30 years. That's all.
Okay, thank you. But you have vast experience in selecting a jury, correct?
I've done it many, many times.
And is part of selecting a jury knowing potential jurors out in the gallery that might be called up if you excuse somebody?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess, do you see your obligation as a defense attorney to make sure you use every preempt, or to make sure you get the best jurors seated in those seats?
I want the best panel, and I will. I tell my folks, the young folks, it's not how many questions you ask. You ask the right questions, and you don't need to ask 100 questions. So there are occasions when my voir dire may be brief, but hopefully it's effective. And I'm talking, and as Judge Kacel will tell you, I talk loud. Everyone in the courtroom can hear me when I'm doing my voir dire. I speak to the people out the back as well as in the panel. So yes, I'm aware of the panel here, but I'm also aware of who's sitting out there in the jury. Sometimes taking a person off the jury doesn't mean you're going to replace them with someone better. That's the Detroit Lions philosophy. Just because you replace somebody doesn't mean they're going to be better. Sometimes once you got the best you have, you stop talking.
Did you feel like you had a good panel in this case when you concluded voir dire?
Every lawyer says, I want a fair jury. We don't. We want a jury that's going to do what we want. I want a jury that's going to say not guilty. I got a jury as close to that as I was going to get from this panel.
So I'd like to shift a little bit and move into your interactions with the defendant. Do you recall, and it can be approximate, how many times you met with her personally?
Gracious, no. I couldn't meet with her. Well, okay, me personally. Gosh. No, it was, I tried to get her at least every other month. So if we had a year, maybe 6 times, maybe. And then during trial, and then after trial, and then are you counting the time after trial when I went to Jackson to meet with her?
Well, let's
or just before trial.
Let's say before trial.
Okay.
But then I'll get into the Jackson.
Half dozen, somewhere between 6 and 10, something like that.
And that was while she was lodged at the Muskegon County Jail?
That is correct.
Okay. How did those meetings go? What was the general atmosphere?
The meetings went very well, notwithstanding what she was convicted of. Ms. Vander Ark was a wonderful client. She was a client from heaven. We talked. Her conversations were on point. She used time well. She didn't keep me after the point of the visit was over. She asked good questions. She responded well. We had and we have a wonderful attorney-client relationship.
And so it sounds like she was a cooperative client.
Oh, absolutely. Always. Always.
And she had, would you say, above average understanding of the proceedings and what was coming with the trial?
She's a lawyer. She went to law school. She graduated from law school. She missed one question on her bar examination. She clerked for 2 judges. She must have sat in on a dozen felony murder cases, sat in and watched them. So she had as much experience with the law as somebody who has never practiced could possibly have. She was, and our interactions were tailored towards that. It's not one cookie cutter for every client. Her situation was different. She could understand and put together the facts and circumstances in a way that a layperson couldn't do, and that was very effective for her and and I appreciated it.
And in those discussions with her, is it fair to say you discussed trial strategy with her?
Yes.
Okay, what was that trial strategy?
The trial strategy initially, and hopefully when we began, was to find that there was no intention, there was no premeditation, and that there was something mentally wrong with the person that committed this offense. Quite frankly, as I would tell my folks when I first met her, and in the first 6-7 months we worked on this, I would tell them there must be somebody else living in that head along with her, because the person I knew and the person who did these things, they just didn't match up. So our hope was to find somebody who could put a finger. This is what she has. This is what's wrong with her. When that proved to be didn't bear fruit, we moved to, okay, when did she perform? When did she create the intention to even injure her son? Because our argument was she never formed it.
Did you discuss manslaughter with her?
Yes, manslaughter, murder in the second degree, all the homicide crimes we discussed, each and every one of them.
And you read portions of your closing argument.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you discuss with her about conceding manslaughter in your closing?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Why did you concede manslaughter?
The volume of evidence and the type of evidence was massive. And if you look at a jury and you tell them that nothing's wrong when it's clear to even somebody hasn't been intention that something wrong has happened, you lose them. And when you lose credibility with the jury, they never listen to what you have to say after that. Quite frankly, I was hoping for murder too. I told them manslaughter because that would give them the space to move up but I was hoping that they would see me as a fair dealer, as an honest person who looked them in the eye and told them this is what's going on, and I'm not going to try to lie to you or put a lawyer tricks and fool you. If the glove don't fit it, you must have quit that stuff. I'm an honest guy. This is what I honestly think, and this is why you should think it. So I had to concede something because, quite frankly, the evidence was overwhelming, and the prosecutor hadn't even put in his best evidence.
And at the time of closing argument, is it fair to say that Ms. Vander Ark was not assisting you in your closing argument, given her mental or physical state in the jail?
We had before the day before that morning, we had stopped talking about what we were doing in court, and it was just a conversation of, will you come to court? That's all we talked about. Will you come to court? And when she couldn't, then we went back to court and we finished up. We had talked about the things I would say, generally speaking, during the course of my representation of her. But the reality is a closing argument is as much art form as in science. I don't know exactly what I'm going to say every time, so I couldn't tell her exactly. She understood the plan. Did she know exactly what I was going to say? No, because I didn't know exactly what I was going to say.
But I want to just clarify, though, your decision to concede manslaughter wasn't an off-the-cuff decision.
Oh, no, it was not. Okay. No, it was not.
And you conducted some investigation, and you put a lot of thought into doing that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to shift gears here into her competency. How many cases have you handled where someone has been referred for competency or criminal responsibility examinations?
3 or 4 a year, so 30 or 40.
Okay. And
50.
And so have you had situations where you have somebody who absolutely can assist you in any aspect of the court proceeding?
Yes.
Was that the case in this case?
No.
Okay. And during trial, was Ms. Vander Ark alert to her being Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes.
Was she alert to she was in Judge Kacel's courtroom?
Yes.
And that it was the date and time that it was that year?
Yes.
Okay. And she was actively assisting you, it sounds like?
She was.
Okay. And was she assisting by writing notes while you were at counsel table?
Yes, and that was my what I do is I can't listen to the witness chair and my client at the same time, so I give them a pad and pen and ask them to write notes and slide them over to me.
And without getting necessarily into what she was writing, was the content of what she was writing coherent?
Yes.
It was attuned to time and place?
Yes.
It was appropriate for what was going on in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about Thursday after she testified. Now, you don't recall if you went into the holding cell or the jail with her after the testimony concluded?
Okay, let's make sure I understand. When trial was over, did I go into the gym? Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. That was a poorly worded question. When the proceedings on Thursday, not the last day, but the day she concluded her cross-examination,
yes.
When that day concluded, did you go to the jail to meet with her?
I believe I saw her in the holding cell, which is back here behind the jury room. I think after each day, myself and the social worker involved, we go back and we talk to her for a few minutes, but then we break. That was the plan. Did it always happen every day? I don't remember. I think we did most days. I don't know if we did that day.
So you wouldn't be able to say how she was appearing outside of the courtroom after that?
I have no recollection of her after she walked out of the court that day. Then I don't recall.
Okay. So let's move into that Friday morning.
Yes, ma'am.
That you've already testified about. And you described that she was in a holding cell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who was in the holding cell with you?
Ms. Vander Ark and my caseworker. Who's my caseworker? My social worker was there. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Give me a minute. I don't remember which one it was.
Would it be Melinda Kacel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that was Melinda.
Do you remember a couple of jail deputies also being there?
They were in the area, but they weren't in the cell with us. There's a cell area, and they stand outside of that. They weren't in the cell with us.
Okay, so to your recollection, it was you, Ms. Kacel, and your client?
That's my recollection.
Okay. And you indicated that she was on the ground, curled up?
She's on the floor, curled up against the wall.
Okay. And could you tell the court what your conversation is with her, like at the start of that morning, when you first walk in? What's the conversation?
Are you okay? What's going on? Can I get you something? What are you feeling? Can you explain to me what's going on? What was the situation? Ms. Kotecki was also talking to her the same sorts of questions. What's wrong?
And what did Ms. Vander Ark reply?
Effectively, I can't quote her, is what she said. Her response was that she could no longer, she could not go up into the courtroom today. She couldn't take the trial today. She was having an episode, and she just couldn't tolerate being in the courtroom today.
And at some point you come up to the trial court and you place on the record what occurred, correct?
Yes.
And in that you stated you discussed Ms. Vander Ark's options, correct?
Yes.
Did you in fact discuss her options on how to proceed that morning?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain that conversation to the court?
We explained to her that option one was to come back into court and just sit there. We're not going to put you on the stand again today, just sit there. Option two was for us to go back and ask the judge to adjourn. That was in fact plan A, to ask for an adjournment to give her, or at least some breathing spell. When this happened a time previously, the judge gave her 5 minutes, but we already had an hour or so in on this thing. So so that was plan B. Plan C was to continue to represent her. If the judge said go, we're going to go.
Did Ms. Vander Ark want the adjournment?
Yes.
Did she want, and if the adjournment wasn't available, I guess, did you discuss waiving her right to be present at court?
I don't think, I don't recall. I don't think I did. I don't think I told her that she had a right to refuse to come to court.
If she signed an affidavit saying that she is voluntarily choosing not to come to court, would that refresh your recollection?
It does. You're correct.
Okay.
That she did sign an affidavit to that effect.
Okay. And did you know that was happening, or were you aware that was something that was being drafted for her to sign?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And so, does that refresh your recollection about the conversation?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that your recollection's refreshed, do you recall explaining to her ability to waive her presence?
Yes, I remember. In the context of the affidavit, I think we came downstairs a couple times, and when we came down and said, "This is what's going to happen. You have this. If you don't want to be there, you have to let us know." And she signed an affidavit to that effect.
Did you coerce her in any way not to come to court?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you want her to come to court?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been better for your case if she came to court?
It would have been better. Yes, ma'am.
Did you feel like she understood what was happening to sign that affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Or at least to make the choice to not come to court?
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize, I shuffled my notes here. Now, when you were asked about using the word competency, I believe it was on page 3 of that transcript you have there, you said, well, that's the word I used. Could you explain your response to that question?
I used it in the layman's vernacular as competency, not as in the legal standard as competency. I didn't mean that she, as lawyers know, that she couldn't participate or that she couldn't understand. I didn't mean it. I meant it as a layman would use the word competency. She just wasn't ready to go. She wasn't able to write me those notes or to whisper in my ear or to participate as I would want her to have. Her life's on the line. It's a murder trial. I want her to be fully able, I was going to say competent again, to participate in the process. This is her chance. And I didn't want her to leave that courtroom thinking that she left cards on the table or whatever the expression might be.
So it was not your impression that she was legally incompetent the morning, that Friday morning?
That is correct.
Now, had Ms. Vander Ark, and I know the court's referenced this before, but Ms. Vander Ark had episodes before, correct?
In my presence, she'd had, if we're not talking about when she saw the photograph, in my presence, she'd had one episode, but she expressed to me during the course of our representation that she'd had others.
Okay. And one of those episodes, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you observed the episode at the preliminary examination where her co-defendant was called to the stand and she had an episode, correct?
I don't remember the timing. She had the episode of the prelim.
Okay. And the record will speak for itself about when?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shifting gears a little bit, now it wasn't your strategy to discuss hydration in depth, was it?
Was it my
dehydration and?
No, ma'am.
Why didn't you focus on dehydration?
It seemed to me that dehydration, along with the corporal punishments, along with the deprivation of food, along with all the other burdens that young man had to go through, were part and parcel of the same issue. our argument was she did not form the intent to injure this child. So whether she injured him with dehydration, or she injured him by starving him, or she injured him by thermal, it wasn't an issue. The issue is, did she intend? Did she know? Did she create the intention in her mind to hurt this boy? And that was the issue. So I didn't concentrate on the other issues that the coroner said went into causing his death either, because they just weren't the issue I wanted this jury to concentrate on.
Okay. So that was a conscientious choice on your part.
Sure. And we weren't arguing that the boy was dehydrated. We weren't arguing that he had passed away. That he was underfed. We weren't arguing any of that. We were arguing intention.
Do you think if you would have argued that he didn't have his water access restricted, that would have furthered your strategy at all? Or presented the case in a better light for you?
I think I would have lost the jury on that. They had photographs of this boy, and nobody's going to take a look at those pictures and say this boy needed water.
Now, there's been a claim that you provided deficient performance for allowing commentary in lieu of a video. Are you aware of the video that I'm mentioning?
Yes. The best thing I did in that trial the best thing that happened in that trial was the fact that video didn't come in. That video is literally the worst thing I've ever seen. There is no commentary that can express to a jury how bad that video is. The commentary was by leaps and bounds better for our clients than showing that jury that video. I'm so pleased and grateful that the people did not push to admit it. That video is just awful. And to the day I die, that was the right strategy. It's the best thing we did during trial was keeping that video out. It's just awful. You see it, you'll never forget it.
And just to go back a little bit and expand this, were there in-chambers discussions between yourself, Mr. Roberts from the prosecution, and the court about this specific video and the presentation of it to the jurors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could you just sort of place on the record the summary of that in-chambers
My position was that the video was so prejudicial that nobody who saw it could unsee it and not give it and not absolutely close on. It's just it was, and given the weight of all the other information that Mr. Roberts had presented, it was duplicative, and therefore we shouldn't allow it in. That was my argument. Ultimately, as I recall, Mr. Roberts just agreed not to use it. We use this description, but we wouldn't use the actual video.
But that was due to a strategic stipulation, correct?
Yeah, that was big. That was one of the best things we did.
And it wasn't an oversight that you just let hearsay?
Oh, no, ma'am. That was a relief.
I can just have one moment. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ambrose. Any follow-up?
You mentioned that the morning of December 15, 2023, Ms. Vander Ark was on the floor, curled up.
That's the day when she she declined to come to court? Is that what you're talking about, counsel?
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's how I found her.
And you did you used the word competent, but you stated that you were using it to the court as part of in layman's terms rather than a legal definition.
That's correct.
After the trial in this case, do you recall providing any interviews with the media?
I believe they were standing in the corridor.
Okay.
And I believe they did speak to me.
Do you recall telling, when asked a question about your conversations with, or your interactions with Ms. Vander Ark, that she was in a catatonic state?
I may have used that term, yes.
Okay. And so that's kind of a serious situation, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's more or less what you reported to the court, is that correct?
Catatonic state is a more egregious, is a higher level of incapacity than what I report to the court, and it's what I report to the media.
You know, there was some testimony regarding dehydration, and it was your decision. Was it trial strategy that you did not use dehydration as a way to explain the death of Timothy?
Was it? Yes, sir. The trial. Would you like me to elaborate? The answer to your question is yes. Okay. The trial strategy was not to try to explain that there was food in the house. There was water made available. The other children had corporal punishments as well. The decision was not to try to explain that these were causes of death. The decision was to explain that my client never intended this outcome. Does that?
Was there, to your understanding, was there any restriction on water for Timothy?
No, not that.
And when's the last time you saw the death certificate?
I would have seen it before trial.
Okay.
That would have been the last time anyway.
May I approach the witness? You may. All right. This was, it looks like it was People's Exhibit number 45 introduced at trial. Is that what you recall as being the death certificate?
I don't have any personal recollection, but this is the death certificate of the victim in this matter.
Okay, and what's the first thing that's listed as being the cause of death?
Okay. Cremation. What box is that in? Do you know?
36.
Okay, I was looking to it.
Near the bottom.
Okay, 36. Dehydration and extreme emaciation.
Okay, and dehydration would be lack of fluids, right?
Yes, as far as I know.
And like you said, there was no restriction on water in the household.
That's what my understanding was. I wasn't in the household, so I don't know if it was or not, but that was my understanding.
All right, I have nothing further on. Any questions?
I could just ask a brief follow-up.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Johnson, if you had focused on dehydration, would that open avenues to the prosecution to enhance some of their arguments?
I would assume.
Such as the fact that he didn't have access to water when he was locked in the closet, correct?
I didn't want to get into that.
That he did have access to water in the ice baths, arguably.
That's what I was afraid he'd say.
And ultimately, and unfortunately, but by the defendant's actions, Timothy was so malnourished and unable to move that he could not get himself water. Would that be accurate?
I would assume that's the case. At the end, I'm sure that's what the case was.
So there's multiple arguments and pitfalls if you were to take that strategy, correct?
If I would have attempted to argue that whatever in here did not cause a death, I opened the door for Mr. Roberts to show that, okay, it did, and that this wasn't an issue. And I didn't want the jury to hear more of that. I want them to hear that my client just didn't get it. That was the message.
Thank you.
Any follow-up to that, Mr. Ambrose?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson,
Sir.
I have some, well, it's a noon hour. Are you available this afternoon, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let's break. We're going to, since we lost some time this morning, I'm going to have us return at 1 o'clock after lunch. And then we'll resume. Mr. Johnson, you can stand down for now. I would like you back at 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Anything before we break, Mr. Ambrose?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Blomquist?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We are in recess for lunch. Thank you.
All right. Let me fast forward through the lunch break. We certainly don't need that. All right. So she was sentenced January 23rd of 2024. So she was sentenced January 23rd, 2024. Then she had a Ginther hearing November 25th, right? So she was convicted January of 2024. She was in jail. She's still in jail, still in prison, I should say. She asked for a new trial. So that's what this hearing is. This was November 25th of 2025. But as we go along, she's complaining that she has a headache. She's having thyroid issues. And Mr. Johnson, Fred Johnson, was just on the stand. He was her first attorney. And she's saying that ineffective counsel. So then now we're going, let's see here. Let me just get back. So now we're going to find out that she did take the stand and she is so sick or whatever she can't continue. So anyway, so then tomorrow is going to be the continuation of this November 25 hearing. We're just revisiting this so that when we do go live tomorrow, we'll have all this fresh in our mind, and we'll just roll right into tomorrow's hearing. So tomorrow is basically just a continuance of November 25th, which we're watching today. Hope that makes sense. But ask any questions if you need to.
Court resumes. Please be seated.
Mr. Johnson, if you want to come on up. All right, we're back in the record in 23-110 FC, People versus Shanda Vander Ark. Where we left off, Mr. Johnson was on the stand. I think the parties had concluded their questions. The court did have some questions for Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you obviously know you're still under oath.
I do.
All right. Let me just see here. There were some questions by Mr. Ambrose regarding the suspension.
Yes, sir.
That I think occurred, last year or this year?
I served it last year. It took almost 9 months to get the process rolling, so it actually occurred the year before.
All right. And my understanding, and you've actually been here and a Ginther hearing for that case, correct?
For that case, yes, but not for that issue.
You're not for that issue, but in this court, correct?
Yes, sir.
In this very courtroom, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that was for it was People versus LTJ Udall, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was 2019, I think it's 947 FC?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I just wanted, for the record, my understanding is the basis of the disciplinary action was that in that case, let me just go back. My understanding of the facts of that case, very briefly, Mr. Udall was charged with criminal sexual conduct, I think in the first degree. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the victim of that charge was a client or represented by the public defender's office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in an abuse neglect case or an NA case, correct?
Yes.
All right. In my understanding, you did not actually handle that case, correct?
That is correct.
And was it other members of your office that had handled that?
Yes.
All right. And my understanding is there was a file that was taken from your office detailing this minor child's counseling records, psychological records. Is that correct?
Yes.
And my understanding is that you actually used those in Mr. Udell's defense.
I saw them. They weren't used.
They weren't used, but you certainly used them to prepare.
Yeah, yes, sir. I read them and I knew.
And my understanding is there was supposed to be you were supposed to isolate yourself from that. It was set up to isolate yourself from those files because you knew there could be a potential conflict. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We had processes in place to make sure that didn't happen.
Okay. And that did not happen.
That's correct. The processes failed.
And so essentially you actually used what were supposed to be withheld from you.
Yes.
In that case, Mr. Udell's case. Is that
yes,
correct?
Sir.
And that was the basis for the judiciary or the complaint, the grievance, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you admitted that this happened, and I don't think you contested it at all, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And that's the basis for the disciplinary action, as far as you know?
Yes, sir.
All right. As far as you know, did the disciplinary action have anything to do with, not getting back to your client or not talking to her, doing something that you weren't supposed to do in terms of representation, something similar to what's being alleged in this case?
No, sir.
All right. My understanding is that there was Mr. Udell's case actually had 2 trials. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you represented Mr. Udell in the first trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that resulted. What was the result of that trial?
That was a hung jury, Judge.
Okay. And then the second trial, I have, at least according to what the records say, is they occurred in December 13th to December 15th of 2023. Is that your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you had testified. Mr. Ambrose had asked you about, your stress level at that time. You were on a conveyor belt. Mm-hmm. Was that true at the time of the second trial in Mr. Udell's case? That you were on a conveyor belt? I think that's one of the reasons you said what was going on for the disciplinary action. Is that true?
Judge, it was. Okay. That the workload continued unabated for the time I was at the public defender's office. It was self-inflicted. I didn't go on vacations. I didn't. When I retired, I had 50 more days of vacation time that they didn't even compensate me for. I was at that office and I was doing that work. So yes, it was a continuation of the same process throughout the entire time. The only difference being was when it came to a capital, well, it's not capital in Michigan, but a life case in Michigan, the priority shifted so that the abundance, the time that I needed for that case would shift to that big case, the life case, as opposed to misdemeanor cases that I might be working on.
And I actually misspoke. So my understanding, I got this trial, Ms. Vander Ark's case, actually took place between December 13th and December 15th of 2023. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
I had it wrong. That Udell case happened in April of 2022. Is that your recollection?
I thought so. I thought his was done by the time Ms. Vander Ark began.
Okay. So this trial,
yeah.
Did you go right from the Udell case to focusing on Ms. Vander Ark's case? Because it looks like they went from April 2022 and then a little over a year later, you're trying another FC case.
No, I think there were at least a few weeks in between. I don't think so.
All right. Now, was there, looking back on it.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to give Ms. Vander Ark's case what you felt was the appropriate amount of attention for an FC case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Was that with the assistance of the people you've already indicated?
Yes, the team did.
It wasn't all you, it was the team?
That's correct.
All right. And would you say that you were in charge of the team?
Yes, sir.
You weren't absent and said, look, you guys do all the work, I got to take care of everything else? Or were you there for meetings? Were you there for other stuff?
I was there.
Okay. All right. And I'm trying to understand the defense strategy, okay?
Yes, sir.
From what you've testified to, my understanding is that your strategy was to essentially go from a intentional crime to a negligent crime. Is that correct?
In effect, yes. A crime where there wasn't the mens rea to commit harm. So yes, sir.
At the break, I looked up the jury instructions, and it looks like you, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I can't remember exactly, but did you ask for the involuntary manslaughter instruction?
We did not.
You did not?
No, sir.
Okay. But it was included, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that at the request of the prosecution, do you recall?
Now that you mention it, I don't remember who asked for it. Now that you mention it, I don't know, because we obviously, for the record, we discuss these instructions in chambers, and the instruction, it would have come up. I don't know who asked for it. It might have been me. I don't remember.
Okay. So my question is this: you had testified at the beginning of Mr. Ambrose's questioning that Ms. Vander Ark had not given you consent to ask the jury for a manslaughter verdict.
That's correct.
Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
But then later on you said the focus was going to be this is not an intentional crime, that there's just something wrong with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
My question to you is, when these discussions between you and Ms. Vander Ark, did she unequivocally say, I am not guilty of any crime? Or was the discussions, look, I didn't do this intentionally, I didn't mean to do this, I'm not going to plead to something that I didn't intentionally do? Was there a dichotomy in that discussion?
The discussions about her responsibility came in two phases. The first phase, when we first met, she told me the same thing she told the police at the time that the boy was discovered, that she found him in the bunk bed, she pulled him down, and she's trying to administer CPR, and et cetera, et cetera. That's the first thing she told me. Then after that, once we got past that and the police reports came in, it was clear that wasn't the situation. We talked about individual defenses to individual crimes, and we covered everything. We covered all the things that she might be, that her conduct the jury might find her guilty of. I never directly challenged her, did you do something here? And that's not my way. The client either wants to talk to you about that way or they don't want to. But based on the conduct of our conversations, it was clear that she was aware that there's something that's wrong here, and there's something that I may be found guilty of. And that's kind of how we kind of, in order to bridge the gap from her having to confess to me, we kind of discussed it as there's something you might be found guilty of, and this is the things you might be found guilty of, and this is the things that we might be able to achieve if we do these sorts of things, and avoiding, and the bottom line is avoid first-degree murder.
Okay. So it was never, she never said, well, I'm guilty of something. It was more of discussion about, okay, throw it all out the window. What could the jury potentially find? And what's a mitigating thing we can do? Is that right?
That was the strategy, Judge. I never confronted her to ask her if she did something wrong or not. I gave her the way out. The jury might find you guilty of these things. What are we talking about? And that's how we bridge that gap.
All right. So there was never an affirmation on her part that I recognize that I am guilty of a not unintentional type of charge.
Never before or since.
Okay. And it sounds like initially you wanted to find an expert witness to assist you in that defense, correct?
Very much so.
And you went through, you tried two different expert witnesses, is that correct?
We hired two different ones. Okay. We talked to 3 or 4 others, and we talked to other people, but we hired 2.
Right. And is it your testimony you could not find an expert that could assist you in that defense?
Yes, sir. That is my testimony.
Did you discuss with Ms. Vander Ark that you were going to make the argument to the jury that she was guilty of an unintentional, negligent type version of either manslaughter or homicide. Did you ever discuss that with her, that was the strategy?
I can tell you how we discussed it. First-degree murder is an intentional homicide. You didn't intend to do anything, and that's the argument we're going to make to the jury. That's how we discussed it.
Did she ever say, wait a minute, no, I don't want you to do that because I'm not guilty of anything here?
No, Miss Vander Ark, again, she was the client from heaven. She sat and she listened and we talked. She understood, and then she trusted my judgment. At least her conduct indicated she trusted my judgment from that second week on. The only thing we ever had a crossword on was about the Michigan-Alabama football games.
So again, she never said, Mr. Johnson, that is not an argument I don't want to make. I am maintaining my innocence to every single thing, that I am innocent, and I absolutely do not want you to concede any sort of guilt in any way, shape, or form.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, that she did not.
She did not. Okay. Not ever.
And you feel, coming from defense background, sometimes defense attorneys have a tendency to they think they know more. They know what's better for the client, right?
Yes, sir.
I know you don't want to do this, but we're going to do it anyway because I want to make sure that we're successful here.
Yes, sir.
Did you do something that she did not want you to do to be successful, or did you do what you had to do in consultation with her about what the strategy was going to be?
The latter. And again, this is a different client than what we normally receive. This is a client who's much more sophisticated about the law and had much better understanding. And our relationship was more co-counsel, or maybe senior counsel myself and junior counsel myself, but more co-counsel than lawyer layman or layperson. She understood the strategy. She conceded that was the strategy that we were going to use at trial. She understood it. She knew I was going to do that. Did she know the exact wording or how it would come out? No, she didn't, because I didn't. But she understood it, and she understood where we were going with, and at no time did she express concerns that I don't want to do it that way. I want to go on and say, I didn't do anything. I wasn't even, whatever her argument would have been. But no, I never asked her if she committed the offense. She never told me she didn't commit the offense.
Okay. The other question I have is, in all these discussions, obviously you're saying not first degree, not premeditated.
Yes, sir.
Not second degree, not because that's an intentional crime.
Yes.
Right? Not necessarily voluntary manslaughter, but was there ever discussion? Well, listen, this is the charge. We think. Let me back this up.
Okay.
You had said you argued to the jury manslaughter because you were hoping that they would find a middle ground and go for second.
Yeah. Yes.
Was that the strategy that you guys came up with? Or was that kind of like in your mind, you said, well, wait a minute, worst case scenario, maybe it'll be second, but I really want manslaughter?
Okay. No, this is a strategy that I came up with. We did not come up with it. This is the strategy that I suggested to her, that I told her that I was going to follow. And at no point did she express to me that, no, I don't want to do it that way.
When that final day when it was last day of trial,
yes, sir.
You indicated she was in a ball in the holding cell. Did you ever suggest doing Zoom, potentially? Her zooming in from outside the courtroom for the trial?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you feel rushed at all that morning by either myself or the court or anybody else to kind of say, let's get this rolling? And
not rushed. I wish we'd have adjourned it for another day to see if she could come around, but no, I didn't feel rushed. I understood that the issues were presented to the court. The court made its call. It wasn't that the court was trying to rush me to do something. It's just that this is what the court thinks we're going to do, and so that's what we do. I didn't feel rushed. I just felt okay.
Yeah. It was I think we waited a couple hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And now I want to make sure, I mean, you're obviously aware of the legal definition of competency in terms of the state of Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Could she rationally assist in her defense? Does she understand your job, the prosecutor's job, the court's job, the jury's job? Do you feel that she was legally, according to the standard of the state of Michigan, would you believe that she was legally competent in everything that you observed that day?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever ask, say, hey, listen, I want you to ask these certain questions?
No, sir. She directed me to ask very few questions. She had observations, but she didn't.
I'm talking about that day.
Oh, that day.
No, state. Okay.
No, sir.
I think her affidavit says she had a lot of questions that she wanted to ask the witness. I think part of them, I might paraphrase. I'm just wondering if those were ever communicated to you when she was in that state.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. All right. Any follow-up, Mr. Ambers?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was your request, the lesser included. Is that correct?
Probably. It was a chambers discussion when we talked about the instructions, and so I don't have any specific recollection, but probably I can't think why the people would want that instruction.
Okay. May I approach you?
You may.
And this is a transcript of December 15th, 2023. Page 41 near the bottom, and you can go in to the next page.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was your desire, your request for the involuntary manslaughter instruction?
Be honest, counsel, I still don't remember asking for it, but I don't have any reason to dispute what's written there in the transcript.
And it does say that Mr. Chambers or Mr. Johnson is your. So my understanding from our discussion in chambers, Mr. Johnson, is you're requesting an instruction on lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. Is that correct? And your response was, that is correct, Judge.
Okay.
All right?
Yes, sir.
I agree with that. So it was your request.
Clearly.
And so my client's, Ms. Vander Ark is not in the courtroom at this time, correct? December, that's that Friday.
If that same day?
Yes.
No, she's not in the courtroom.
And you're not discussing involuntary manslaughter with her when she's balled up on the floor, right?
That's correct.
And she's catatonic, right? What you said.
It's what I said to the press, sir. She was distraught, and she was literally curled up in a ball and crying on the floor.
And you're not discussing with her at that time, or are you? Hey, I think I can go with the involuntary manslaughter. What do you think?
Correct.
All right. And throughout, from day one, Ms. Vander Ark said that she was not guilty of this offense. She maintained her innocence. Is that correct?
As I've said, I never asked her if she did it, and I don't recall her saying, I didn't do this. There's quite literally videotape of her conduct. So I don't recall her ever saying, I didn't do anything. What I recall is she never told me that she intentionally did anything to her child or to any of her children. And that's what I recall. I don't recall her saying, I'm not guilty, this is not me, I didn't starve my child, that sort of thing.
Did you guys ever have a discussion? Ms. Vander Ark, you kind of meet these elements of involuntary manslaughter, and you want me to see what I can do with the prosecutor, see if they'll accept a plea?
Sort of. What we talked about was she's charged with this homicide, and these are the possible outcomes a jury could legally come to, and these are what they require, and it may be and we talked about it. if we're winning the trial, what do we do? If the trial's not going sideways, what do we do? That sort of thing. But she understood that there are options, and that and during our conversations, my conversations with her, that we talked about what we might argue on if the facts support it. Does that make sense?
Well, you mentioned on direct in the morning, it was kind of your decision to argue to the jury that she's guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
That's correct.
My client, Ms. Vander Ark, never said, I'm guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
That's correct.
And just as a general question, on December 15th, when she was, on the floor and in distress, did you request any type of medical assistance or to have her evaluated?
No, sir.
What do you think? Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Just a couple briefly, and Your Honor, I guess I would just ask the court at this point in time to take judicial notice of the opinion and order regarding new trial in the LTJ Udell case. I do have extra copies. I wasn't anticipating admitting it, but given the court's questions, I think it's just come up that there's been a Ginther hearing. This is the court's ultimate opinion on the matter. So I just ask the court to take judicial notice. And I do have a copy for admission if the court wants it that way versus...
Yeah, that's fine. I think I can take judicial notice of it, right, if you're asking, because it's in the file, so...
I would just mark it as people's two, or proposed two.
All right. Mr. Ambrose? Any objection?
No.
Okay.
Court record.
Thank you. Do we have Exhibit 1, too, by the way? Is it still on the stand?
It is still on the
Is it needed anymore? Or I was just going to make sure I keep track of the exhibits, so... All right, good enough.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, is it... I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I proceed?
Oh, so this is the opinion order in the LTJ Udell case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. I wasn't... Mr. Ambrose, were you aware of that?
Yeah, I mean...
I wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay, yep, I remember it. So, wrote it. So, good enough. Go ahead.
And just to confirm, it's been admitted?
It is, yes.
Mr. Johnson, is it fair to say that you're aware that involuntary manslaughter is a necessary lesser included offense to murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if the record shows that you requested it, would that be a standard course and an open murder charge to ask for that?
Most certainly.
And you did, in fact, go over involuntary manslaughter and what that would entail with your client?
On multiple occasions.
Okay. And so it's not that she's in the jail, she's away from you, and you just decide to ask for the instruction right then and there without consulting her?
Well, I didn't ask her if we could put in the instructions, but we talked about that argument being an option.
Did she condone that option?
She doesn't do that. She doesn't say, okay, you got it, I will do it that way. She simply, I tell her this is what I think we should do, and she nods and yes, and okay, and that sort of thing. She's not the kind of person who was going to challenge, I think. She understands and she trusts.
Did you feel that she was aware about the strategy about attacking the mens rea elements?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on your knowledge, mens rea is different for first degree, second degree, and manslaughter, correct?
Based on my knowledge, yes.
So while you might not have used the words manslaughter, was she aware that there was going to be some concession of mens rea in some way?
Okay.
Maybe negligence or something along those lines?
We discussed options prior to trial, and and I told her what the options were, and that as depending how the evidence came in, we would select one of the options. One of the options I told her that I would be selecting would be this negligent homicide argument. So did we sit at the table and talk about it during the trial? We did not, but she was aware that was an option, and she was aware that I was considering it, and she never objected to it.
Thank you.
Mr. Ambrose.
Did Ms. Vander Ark ever express to you her guilt of anything?
No.
And her testimony at trial, would you agree, was an expression of her being not guilty?
Yes.
Of her belief?
Yes.
That she was not guilty of any type of murder?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Talk to that?
No, thank you.
All right. Mr. Johnson, I just want to clear, I think we're all dancing around the same question here. Did you ever say, hey, listen, I'm going to her, in those words, we're going to go for involuntary manslaughter?
No.
When you said possible outcomes, did you mean, hey, listen, open murder, you can be first, second, voluntary, involuntary? Is that what you discussed with her?
That's what we discussed.
Okay. And did you discuss all the elements of all those?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And it sounds like you discussed 1 and 2 are off the board, correct? I mean, that was not something you guys were going to argue, correct? First and second degree?
Most certainly not.
Okay. And when you guys talked about, so my understanding is as the trial progressed, you were waiting to see how the proofs came in, to see exactly what manslaughter was going to be argued or just complete in it. I mean, did you ever foreclose the idea of the argument to the jury that completely not guilty of everything?
No, sir. That's the first argument.
Okay. And then was it, okay, listen, depending on how things go, then we might have to say, all right, well, that's out the window. Maybe we should argue involuntary manslaughter.
Yes.
All right. When you guys discussed this, did you use those terms, involuntary manslaughter?
Yes, by name.
Okay, so you actually said involuntary manslaughter to her.
Yes.
And you believe she understood that?
Yes, both manslaughter by name. She's a lawyer. She understood. So I wasn't as reticent about not by breaking it down as I normally would be. She understood all 4 of the options, and we talked to them by name.
Okay. When did it become apparent to you in the course of the trial that the complete innocent verdict was gone? The fact that you were going to go for not guilty completely. That you said strategy number 1. When did that occur to you that went out the window?
Judge, if you'll recall, there was a point in the trial where the witness testified that he sent my client a photograph on his phone of Timothy, and he was shirtless, and the pants were falling off of him, and he sent this photograph to my client, and my client saw it and responded to it. At that point, given that the jury, at that point, it became clear to me to tell this jury that there is no guilt here, was not going to be an effective argument for this client.
Was that discussed with Ms. Vander Ark?
Specifically, no. Not that specific.
After that day, did you say, hey, listen, option 1's off the board, we're going to have to go with option 2?
No, sir.
At any point in time was it discussed?
No. No, I did not. I would assume that had she been here, we may have, but that's just an assumption. I don't know. But certainly the realization, the decisions that were being made during trial, whether or not she was going to testify or not, that was done at the point when it became obvious that it might help her. But matter of fact, that's the other decision that was made when that picture came in, that she's going to have to testify. But no, there wasn't a sit-down discussion saying, "Hey, we're going to go for an involuntary manslaughter here." That did not happen.
Were there previous discussions that at some point that could happen, that you'd have to be, if one was off the board, you have to move on to option 2?
Were there, you mean?
With Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes, that was discussed. Yes, that was discussed along with, and I reviewed the file, I knew it was in it, along with the likelihood that not guilty was not likely here, that we would probably be doing something to make sure you don't spend the rest of your life in prison.
When the option of involuntary manslaughter came up in all these discussions, was it ever expressed by Ms. Vander Ark, absolutely not, I'm innocent?
No.
All right. Sorry to open the door again. Mr. Ambrose, any other questions?
Yes. I mean, okay, so during the whole trial, you hear all the prosecution's case, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the trial, you make a decision or you discuss with Ms. Vander Ark that it's probably in her best interest to testify, right?
Yes, sir.
And that occurs when this photograph shows up or appears. That was a reason to have her testify, or is that?
Yeah, there was a, as you know, with trials, the information accumulates, and when that piece came in, that.
Now, during your questioning of Ms. Vander Ark, do you ever ask her, Ms. Vander Ark, or it sounds to me like you committed some sort of crime?
Did I say that? No.
Yeah. And you never asked her on direct examination, well, don't you think you know, they have a case here for involuntary manslaughter? Do you ever ask her anything like that during the trial?
No.
And I think on direct examination, you kind of said that it was your argument to make to the jury that she was guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Yes.
And yeah, I have nothing further.
Just one question.
Just very briefly. She wasn't convicted of manslaughter, was she?
No.
So the jury rejected your concession anyway?
Yes.
So there's no, I'll just, never mind. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up to that, Mr. Ambrose?
I'm through.
All right, good enough. May this witness stand down, Mr. Ambrose. May he be excused.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Just one question. All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excused. All right, Mr. Ambrose, you can call your next witness.
I will call Shanda Vander Ark.
All right, Ms. Vander Ark, if you want to come on around. Please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn as best you can. This matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Shanda Vander Ark, Shanda Vander, space capital ARK.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Ambrose.
Ms. Vander Ark, you heard the, well, first off, your medical condition. Let's just briefly go through that. How's your condition right now?
I'm miserable. I'm lightheaded. My head is just splitting. The back of my neck hurts constantly. It's something that goes along with the thyroid issue, I guess. I've been shaking. This is almost constant now. It started a couple days a week for a few hours at a time, and it's almost constant now.
Would it be your preference to testify at another time?
Absolutely. I feel like garbage.
With that, Your Honor, I would renew my request for an adjournment.
Can I have a sidebar with the attorneys real quick?
So she feels miserable. She feels like crap. She feels like this. She feels like that. Well, how do you think Timothy felt? Shanda. You really want to get under her skin? Call her Shanda.
All right. We're back on the record. And People versus Vander Ark. Ms. Vander Ark, you can stand down. You can go sit next to your attorney. Well, this is, as a practical matter, it's 1:49 p.m. The people indicate they have 3 witnesses they wish to call. Mr. Ambrose obviously prefers his client be in a better medical condition. Okay. Quite frankly, this is likely to go on past today anyway. So because of that, there's really no point right now in pushing her testimony forward right now if she's not feeling well. I think the parties, and correct me if I'm wrong, agreeing. Mr. Ambrose, you don't have any objection to the prosecution at this point in time calling her witnesses out of order. That way we can come back here for Ms. Vander Ark. Is that true?
That is true.
Anything, Ms. Bloomquist?
I'll leave it on the court's discretion, but I'm ready to proceed with my witnesses.
Okay, well, let's do that. So, Ms. Bloomquist, you can call your first witness.
The people call Melinda Kotecki.
Ms. Kotecki, if you want to come right up here, please. Just come right in. Raise your right hand and be sworn, please. This matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Melinda Kotecki, Melinda Kotecki.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomquist.
Hey, good afternoon, Ms. Kotecki. Could you please state for the record where you're currently employed?
The Muskegon County Public Defender's Office.
And what is your job title there?
I'm the Chief Social Worker.
Okay, and how long have you been employed there?
Just over 2 years.
And before you were at the Muskegon County Public Defender's Office, what's your educational history like?
I obtained my bachelor's degree in social work from Kuiper College in 2011 and then got my master's degree in social work from Western Michigan University in 2015.
And did you work anywhere after you received your degrees before the Muskegon County Public Defender's Office?
Yes. After I got my bachelor's degree, I worked at an inpatient psychiatric hospital, Pine Rest, and also worked at a residential treatment center for eating disorders. After I obtained my master's degree, I worked at Community Mental Health of Kent County for 8 years before coming to the Public Defender's Office.
Okay, so how many years in total have you been a master's level social worker?
It'll be 10 in May, yes.
And were you the social worker assigned for the Public Defender's Office to the case involving Shanda Vander Ark?
For part of it, my understanding is I believe that she was arrested prior to my hire. Once I was hired in September of 2023, that's when I began working on the case.
And could you just describe for the judge, was there a defense team working on Ms. Vander Ark's case?
Yes. In addition to the attorney, Fred Johnson, there was also a second chair attorney, myself. My understanding is that the social worker prior to my hire had met with Ms. Vander Ark, and our office also utilizes a research attorney and an investigator.
So this wasn't just Mr. Johnson and yourself, there was a whole team?
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet with Mr. Johnson and Ms. Vander Ark together?
Yes.
On this case?
Yes.
How many times would you approximate that happened?
Prior to her trial, I believe twice. During her trial, we met daily.
Did you sit in on the trial?
Yes.
And I apologize, I'm not aware, but where were you at during the trial? Were you near counsel table or were you in the gallery?
Yes, I was near counsel table, not at the table with Fred and Ms. Vander Ark, but in the chairs directly behind.
So you were aware of what was going on during the trial?
Yes.
Were you there every day?
Yes.
So let's talk about the time before trial and those meetings between Mr. Johnson and Ms. Vander Ark. How would you describe Mr. Johnson's interactions with her?
I would, from my perspective, it seemed as though they had a a good working relationship. They seemed as though they, communicated freely, both about the case and even just seemed to have an overall good rapport, I would say. They both were big sports fans and they talk about football. And from my perspective, recognizing that they likely had meetings without me present as well, it seemed as though they communicated openly with each other.
Did it ever appear as if Mr. Johnson was just going to do things his own way without consulting her or taking her feedback?
Not at all.
Was he receptive to collaboration with her?
Yes.
How was her demeanor in those conversations?
I would say that she seemed very engaged. She was very eager to offer her own thoughts and feedback about kind of case strategy and its, I guess, demeanor, mood-wise. I mean, she seemed, I guess I'm repeating myself, but the best word I can think of is she seemed very engaged.
Now, you did mention, though, that she had thoughts on strategy. Were you present for discussions on trial strategy?
Very minimally.
Okay. What was your minimal involvement on that? Or at least what did you observe, if anything?
I want to make sure, I guess, that I recollect as clearly as possible, so excuse my pause. The conversations that I remember involved talking about obtaining an expert evaluation, a psychologist to evaluate Ms. Vander Ark, and we all agreed that that was a good next step. So that's the primary discussion that I recall as it pertains to strategy.
Okay, so obtaining experts and seeing what their opinions would be.
Yes.
How generally was Mr. Johnson's tone with her?
He's one of the friendliest, warmest individuals you probably will ever meet.
And he continued that in his client meetings with her?
Yes.
Did Ms. Vander Ark ever complain to you about Mr. Johnson?
No.
Did you also assist in this case with Mr. Johnson when the defendant was not present?
Yes.
Okay, how so?
He and I would primarily discuss any updates if we were waiting for the psychologist to report back to us about his findings, or I guess that's the primary thing. I can't recall anything else specific.
Did you assist in sort of facilitating the interviews with the expert witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, did you assist in, or did you participate in the interview with Dr. King?
Yes.
And when I say that, I don't mean your interview with Dr. King, I mean the defendant's, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, at the end of that interview, was a preliminary assessment given by Dr. King?
Yes. I was in, I guess to clarify, I am not the person who initially contacted Dr. King to arrange the assessment. I believe that was done by the social worker that was employed before me. When I was hired, that is when I kind of took over that role. I did participate in the interview with Dr. King, and after Ms. Vander Ark had ended her portion of the call, Dr. King and I were still on the call together, as well as I think he had a research assistant that was present. And I am not quoting by any means his exact words, but his initial or preliminary assessment was that he did not feel that Ms. Vander Ark was incompetent or severely mentally ill, and felt that he could not provide a good defense for our office.
Was Mr. Johnson on the call at the same time as you, or was that just you?
He was not.
Okay. So you obtained that information. What do you do with it?
I told Mr. Johnson about it.
And then, to your knowledge, and only answer if you know, did Mr. Johnson speak to Dr. King as well?
I I don't know for sure. I know that Dr. King sent us a report. I don't know if they had a separate conversation.
But he wasn't a party to the conversation with you and Dr. King?
Correct.
Okay. So, Ms. Katecki, in your professional capacity, do you sort of have to assess whether or not individuals are alert to person, place, and time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you just sort of naturally start to do that when you're communicating with defendants at certain points?
Yes, definitely. I mean, most times that I meet with a client, I, have my own kind of internal process as far as the things that I'm looking for, assessing, as you said, to kind of a mini mental status exam of sorts. So a person being oriented, as you said, is a component of that, whether or not they're having thoughts of harming themselves, other people, whether or not their thoughts are logical, coherent, things like that.
So did you just sort of relay the whole checklist, or is that just a brief snapshot?
That's just a brief snapshot.
So could you just walk us through what your general checklist would be when you're communicating with a defendant?
Sure. I would note any kind of observable things. So, like, are they disheveled? Are they, as best they can, given the circumstances of being in jail, kind of tending to their hygiene? Is their speech pressured? Is it unusually slow? Sometimes that can be an indicator of like a thought disorder, if they're experiencing what we call thought blocking. Sometimes if people are doing what a kind of a clinical term, being like loose associations, so making connections with things that you or I would not make connections with, or hearing messages from, that you or I are not hearing, so kind of responding to internal stimuli. And what I mean by that is, do they appear to be hearing voices? Those are, the primary things that I'm looking for.
So turning to the trial in this case, was Ms. Vander, I know I'm pointing over here where my table is, but Ms. Vander Ark was seated over here, correct?
Yes.
And so were you?
Yes.
And you were able to personally observe Ms. Vander Ark throughout the trial, correct?
Yes.
So let's start with the first couple of days.
Okay.
Did she have any concerning behaviors on your sort of internal checklist, for lack of a better term, during the first couple days of trial?
No, I would say similar to prior meetings with Ms. Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson, she seemed very engaged. She was frequently taking notes. She would lean over, and communicate with Fred. I'm not privy to what they were discussing because those were often in whispers, but she seemed alert and oriented in all aspects.
Did you converse with her at all during the first few days of the trial?
Yes.
Was there anything remarkable about her conversation that alerted you to a mental impairment?
No.
Now, I do want to jump into the time frame after she testified.
Okay.
Were you present for her testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Did you view, and that was a Thursday, do you recall that it was a Thursday?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, after court concluded for the day, did you speak to Ms. Vander Ark after the proceedings ended?
I don't remember if it was, I know I did on Friday. I don't know if I did on Thursday after court proceedings finished.
So let's jump to Friday.
Okay.
Did you respond to the jail?
Yes.
And you observed Ms. Vander Ark in the holding cell?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what you saw?
Yes, I was on my way to court when Mr. Johnson contacted me and said that he needed my assistance down in the jail because Ms. Vander Ark was having a difficult time. So when I arrived, he was already in the holding cell with her, and she was very distressed. She did not want to go upstairs and repeatedly said that she couldn't do it. And Mr. Johnson and I repeatedly, we tried, every way we could think of to try to provide the support that she would need to go upstairs. So I don't know how much detail you want me to.
So let's unravel this a little bit.
Sure.
So Mr. Johnson was actively attempting to get her to come to court.
Yes.
And you were assisting him on that?
Yes.
And It was your testimony that she did not want to come up to court. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did she say it in those words, that she didn't want to come?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Was she experiencing any psychosis?
She did not appear to be experiencing psychosis. I would say that she appeared to be very anxious.
How was her speech?
It was, I would say, pressured, but kind of like going back to those pieces that I touched on earlier, although pressured, it was still logical. It was relevant to the topic at hand. She wasn't making those loose associations. So I would say again that pressured speech would be consistent with anxiety.
Was she oriented?
Yes.
Okay, meaning she knew who she was and where she was at.
Absolutely.
And from her conversations or her statements, she knew what was upstairs, which was a trial, correct? Okay. Did she appear to understand sort of what would occur at the trial?
Yes. Yes.
So she understood that there'd be additional witnesses.
Correct.
And sort of the court process.
Yes.
Okay. So she wasn't delusional?
No.
She wasn't catatonic?
No.
And what, when I say catatonic, what do you take catatonic to mean?
The most kind of classic catatonia presentation is one that is withdrawn. So in that particular presentation, oftentimes people are not responsive to communication. They might not even be responsive to touch or painful stimuli. They often are not eating, they're not drinking, they are kind of in a stupor.
Did you see any of those signs with Ms. Vander Ark on that day?
No.
Were you present for any discussions about Ms. Vander Ark waiving her right to appear at court?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what those discussions were?
When we were in the holding cell and there was a great deal of back and forth, I would say. At times, Mr. Johnson would leave to, I believe, go upstairs and communicate with those who were up here, whether in chambers, about the status of Ms. Vander Ark, that she was having a difficult time. He would return, and eventually, it was my understanding that, since it became apparent she was not going to come upstairs to court, that she could waive that participation, and so that was explained to her. I could not tell you, I guess, the exact language that Fred used.
To her?
Mr. Johnson. Yes.
But there was discussion of that.
Yes.
And were you aware that she filled out an affidavit or a signed document of some sort regarding her waiving her presence in court?
I guess I don't remember that exactly, no.
But you do specifically remember Mr. Johnson explaining that to her?
Yes.
What was her response?
That is what she wanted to do.
Okay. Did she vacillate at all on that, or was she clear?
She was clear.
Did she give any further commentary on it?
If anything, I would say that she seemed appreciative, because she very much did not want to go upstairs. So she felt, or it appeared as though she felt relieved by that option.
So if there's a claim now that she never waived her right to not come up to court, is that accurate?
No. As I said, I cannot recall seeing her sign an affidavit. I do remember it being explained to her, though, that this is what she would be opting to do, and that she verbally said that, yes, that's what she would like to do.
Did you see anybody pressure her into that choice?
No, it was quite the opposite. I feel like we were putting as much pressure as we possibly could to encourage her to come upstairs.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Ambrose.
Did you say that you were on the call with Dr. King?
Yes.
And You're part of the Muskegon County Defender's Office?
Correct.
Your involvement with Ms. Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson, more or less working together as a team, is that an accurate assessment? Okay. Did you view Dr. King's evaluation?
I'm sorry?
Did you review Dr. King's written evaluation?
Yes.
And in his evaluation, do you recall him stating that Ms. Vander Ark continues to insist she did nothing wrong and was not convinced that her actions and instructions caused the death of her son?
Yes.
On December 15th, what was your observation of Ms. Vander Ark? I mean, where was she when you first observed her?
Was December 15th Friday?
That final day of trial.
Thank you. When I first arrived, she was in the holding cell with Mr. Johnson.
What was her physically where was she? Was in the holding cell, but how was she? Was she in a chair? Was she laying down? What was her condition?
I believe that she was sitting in a chair, and if I may, I believe she was sitting kind of with her knees drawn into her chest.
Okay. Did you appear after Mr. Johnson?
Correct.
Okay, and so he was already in there with her in the room?
Yes.
Did you ever request that she be seen by any medical personnel?
No.
You mentioned her speech was pressured. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. When I say pressured speech, I primarily mean that it was kind of a rapid pace. I would say that's what I mean, is that she was speaking very quickly.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Because of that you didn't request medical on December 15th of 2023?
From my perspective, it didn't appear to be a medical crisis in nature. She wasn't expressing medical concerns, wasn't expressing, pain, anything of that nature. It seemed to be more, as I mentioned earlier, kind of anxiety related.
Do you think that did it appear to you that it was sort of related to the situation of the trial?
Yes.
Okay. So there wasn't an actual medical issue that you were concerned about?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Ambrose, any follow-up?
You're not a medical doctor.
I'm not.
Okay. And, yeah, I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right. May this witness be excused, Ms. Bloomquist?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ambrose, may the witness be excused?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kotecki. You can sit down. Does anybody need to take a break right now?
I'm at the court.
Why don't we take a 15-minute break just in case Ms. Vander Ark needs a break, and then we'll be back here at 2:30.
Thank you.
We're in recess.
All right, so she tried to get up on the stand. Well, she did get up on the stand, but that was a major failure. Now let's fast forward here. Let's get to the very last bit here, and then I'm going to break. Then we'll be done for the day. I have to go pick up Roger from the vet and also go to the post office. If you know, you know.
Ms. Bloomquist, you can call your next witness.
Thank you. I guess just one matter for the record before I call my next witness. I know I previously said that I had 3 witnesses. There's been another witness that just based off of some discussions outside of the courtroom. I may add a 4th, but I didn't want to catch Mr. Ambrose completely off guard because we discussed witnesses last week. It would be potentially Mr. Roberts, just for a couple of communications that he was there present for with Mr. Johnson. So I just wanted to alert the court to that since I previously said 3 witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Ambrose?
I'd object, Your Honor. I mean, I'm prepared for 3 and I'll have to...
Well, let's see what we can get done, and then we'll go from there. So, if Mr. Roberts is a potential witness, then I'll have him excuse himself and so I'm going to reserve a decision at this time on that. See where we're at. I'd like to get as much done as possible.
Your Honor, I anticipate I could be done as early as 3 o'clock today.
Okay, all right.
So I call Katie Evans.
Okay.
Can you get into some things? I can state from Johnson. I can refer it and go into it. And I can nail down some questions.
All right, Ms. Evans, just come right on up and raise your right hand to be sworn. This matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Catherine, Katherne, Evans, Evans.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomquist.
Where are you currently employed?
The Sheriff's Department, Muskegon County Sheriff's Department.
And what's your current assignment?
Court Sheriff's Deputy.
So you work here in the courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And back a couple years ago, were you assigned to work the trial of the people of the state of Michigan versus Shanda Vander Ark?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your role in that trial?
It was my job to transport her from the jail to the court and then up to the courtroom and then back down.
So specifically drawing your attention to the final day of the trial, do you recall a situation that occurred in the holding cell of the jail?
In the court services area?
Well, I guess, thank you for correcting a poorly worded question. Did you have interactions with Ms. Vander Ark on the morning of December 15th, 2023?
Yes.
Where did those happen?
In the court services area.
Okay. And is that a holding cell of sorts?
There are holding cells, but where we mostly interacted would have been kind of off to the side.
So you did, in fact, interact with Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see her have interactions with her attorney, Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Were you a part of any of those?
I was not.
Okay. Is it pretty standard procedure that once the attorney's there, you're not involved, correct?
Correct.
At some point, though, did you have communication with Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she say?
I was putting a taser on her ankle for coming up for court.
Is that standard procedure?
Yes. Everyone that's in a jury trial.
Okay. So you're putting the taser on, and then what happened?
And she made a comment to me saying that if she comes up here, she was going to attempt to run.
Did she appear alert and aware of what was going on around her?
Yes.
Did she know what the taser was being put on for?
Yes.
To go to court?
We've done it multiple times throughout that trial.
Okay. And had you been the one personally to put that on her the other days?
I don't recall, but me or Levine.
Okay. But one of you
yes.
would put that on her before court every day of her trial?
Yes.
And this was the last day, correct?
Yes.
And did she appear catatonic?
No.
Did she appear to be conversational?
Yeah. Talked.
Okay. Anything about your conversation with her that made you think that she was having a mental health episode?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further for you, Deputy.
All right, Mr. Ambrose.
Was your former name Bassett?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your first encounter with Ms. Vander Ark on December 15th, 2023?
Probably when she came down to get dressed for the jury trial.
Okay. And you mentioned that she stated something along the lines of that she would run?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall preparing any type of report about Ms. Vander Ark from December 15th, 2023?
In reference to that situation?
Or any situation?
Not that I recall.
Your Honor, may I approach you?
May.
Can you identify that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a report that was done by the jail.
And your name's on it, correct?
Correct.
Deputy Bassett.
Yes.
And in this report, there was a remark about her being, Miss Vander Ark being suicidal.
Correct.
And is there anything in there about her stating that she was going to run?
No, because this more than likely would have happened after the whole situation.
Okay. And
I did not type that report.
okay. Fine. But you were there.
I assisted the jail in a situation because you need 2 females.
Okay. And she was placed in a suicidal note.
Yes.
That seems to me a pretty drastic situation.
Correct.
Nothing further.
I have no follow-up.
Deputy Evans, how many times did you, were you working through most of the trial for Ms. Vander Ark?
If I recall, I was here every day.
Okay. Did you have a chance to observe Mr. Johnson with Ms. Vander Ark? I mean, whether it be in passing or even up in the court area, anything like that?
There was a few times where I had transported Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson down the elevator to the jail, and then that way they could talk in private.
Okay. And when you went down to the jail, were you ever standing outside the room? Did you kind of hold there and just wait until they needed to come back up?
No, normally I would go back to like our office, which is like a bubble, and they were kind of on the other side of the glass.
Okay. Did you ever observe them body language of not getting along, being upset with each other, being angry at each other, any arguing, yelling, anything like that?
No, never heard any yelling. I didn't know if it was a while ago, so sorry, but I don't recall any body language or anyone being upset.
Okay. All right. So, as far as you didn't observe any behavior would indicate that Ms. Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson were having some sort of disagreement or argument?
I didn't see anything.
All right. Any follow-up to that, Mr. Ambrose?
No.
Mrs. Bloomquist?
None, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused,
Yes.
Ms. Bloomquist? Mr. Ambrose?
Yes.
All right, you can stand down, Deputy. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you can call your next witness.
The people call Deputy Tim Levine.
All right.
Yeah, it's more important information. I was just using.
All right, Deputy Levine, if you want to come right on up front here. And please raise your right hand to be sworn. It's a matter not pending. Did you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Tim Levine, T-I-M-L-A-V-I-G-N-E.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomquist.
All right, good afternoon, Deputy. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good.
So where are you currently employed?
Muskegon County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been employed there?
Oh, probably 14 here.
Okay, and what's your current assignment?
I am with the Court Services Division.
And back in 2023, were you also assigned to court services?
I was.
Okay, and were you specifically assigned to assist at certain points in the Shanda Vander Ark trial?
I was accompanying her up here for the trial.
Okay, so you would assist in transporting her from the jail to the courtroom?
Correct.
And specifically drawing your attention to the last day of trial, which would be December 15th of 2023, do you recall a situation that occurred in the court services holding area?
I do.
Okay, could you describe what happened to the judge?
Well, I believe she was refusing to come up here during the trial at some point. And we decided that we would have a form made up that she was refusing to come up here. And I had our court services secretary draft a little form for her to sign. And I took it to her, along with my secretary, notary public, in the holding area of the jail, where I found her, her attorney, Fred Johnson, and I believe a social worker in the cell together talking.
And so she had multiple people there with her at that time, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did she, in fact, sign the document?
She did.
And how was her demeanor while she signed it?
She seemed fine to me. If I remember right, I believe her and her attorney were just sitting on the floor next to each other talking.
Did anybody force her to sign this form?
No.
Did anybody threaten her that you saw or heard?
No, that's the exact purpose of the form that we had made up.
Okay. Did she appear to understand what the form meant?
Yes.
And it's your testimony her attorney was there with her?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall any conversations that her and Mr. Johnson had that you heard?
No, I didn't. Nope.
Is that pretty standard that you wouldn't be present for attorney-client communications?
Right.
Okay. Protocol?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I know you answered this already, but you didn't threaten her to sign this?
No.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 3. Could you identify what that document is for the record?
Yes, this is the form that our secretary typed up and I presented to her. She signed it, I signed it, and our secretary signed it.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 3. I would also note that this has been in the court record as Court's Exhibit number 1 as well.
Oh, okay. Mr. Hammer?
No objection.
All right, it's admitted. So this is Exhibit 3 for today's purposes. Admitted without objection.
And Your Honor, if I may publish?
May. Thank you.
Deputy Levine, based on anything you observed with Ms. Vander Ark on that morning, was there a medical emergency that occurred?
Not that I recall.
And did Ms. Vander Ark make any comments to you about coming to court?
Other than she didn't want to come to court, no.
Okay, you heard her say that?
Well, yeah, that's why we were there.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further, but Mr. Ambrose will have a couple questions.
All right, Mr. Ambrose.
You mentioned that Ms. Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson were talking to each other.
Yes, in the cell, in the holding cell.
In the holding cell. Can you describe for me and for the court what the holding cell consists of?
This one particularly was a cell that there's no chairs. It's just a very small single occupant cell. I mean, 5 feet wide, 7, 8 feet deep, and they were sitting on the floor. There's just a mat on the floor. That's where they have to sleep.
Okay. Was there... Were you there with Deputy Bassett at the time? Her name was Bassett. Now it's Evans.
Well, I've been around her throughout the trial. I don't specifically recall if she was standing next to me or not. I know our secretary was with me.
Who is Sergeant Vanderland?
He is a jail supervisor.
Were you aware that Ms. Vander Ark made her comment that she was suicidal?
Not to me. I don't know anything about that.
Did you ever observe her in a suicide event?
I have.
Was that on that day?
I do not recall if it was that day, but I've had to bring her to court numerous times, and I think she's been in and out of them.
Was there any request made by yourself or anybody that you're aware of that requested any type of medical assistance for Ms. Vander Ark?
I think some of our deputies have in the past.
On that particular day of December 15th, do you recall?
I do not recall if she needed medical help that day.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Just a couple briefly, but I apologize, I missed these on direct. Deputy Levine, are you aware of the video recording capabilities of the jail? That there are cameras?
Correct.
And unfortunately, is it true that there are no videos of the holding cell currently due to time constraints?
Correct. Once I was subpoenaed for this, I asked to see it, and apparently they only hold the data for 30 days if it's not requested.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ambrose?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Deputy, whose idea was it to draft Exhibit 3?
I believe it was mine.
Okay, all right. When it was presented to Ms. Vander Ark, were you present? So my question is, did you walk in the room with the form, hand it to Mr. Johnson, and then she signed it? Is that what happened?
Yes.
Essentially? Okay. Did Mr. Johnson or Ms. Vander Ark ask for privacy to discuss the form?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Prior to the drafting of this, did you speak to Mr. Johnson? Hey, listen, you want us to type up this form or something, or was it more, hey, here's this? I mean, did he have any part in the idea to draft it or not draft it?
No, because I had it drafted before I got into the jail where she was being held.
Can you tell me why that you had the idea to draft this? I mean, what was the motivation behind?
Well, mine is so I wouldn't have to appear later to say I coerced her into saying something that I didn't want to go. I just, here, sign this, and okay. I would bring it up to the attorneys.
In all your, I mean, I'm assuming that while you were bringing people up and down, did you have an opportunity to see Mr. Johnson interact with Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes.
In transport or either up here or those kind of things?
Yes.
At any point in time, did they seem to be, just in terms of body language or things, maybe voices, did they seem to be arguing with each other or be upset with each other or having any disagreements with each other?
No, never seen anything like that.
All right. Seem to be getting along okay?
Correct.
All right. Including the last day of trial when he was talking to her in the holding cell?
Yeah, again, I'm in the area. I don't listen to what goes on, but no, I've never heard any outbursts, if that's what you're asking her.
Any follow-up to that, Mr. Ambrose? Or I should say, I think it was Mrs. Bloomquist. Any other follow-up, Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ambrose, anything?
No, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
And Mr. Ambrose, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Deputy. Okay, well, that brings us to the matter of Mr. Roberts. Just in terms of, just as an offer of proof, Ms. Bloomquist, what is he potentially going to testify to?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, it's my understanding and my anticipation in his testimony that he has some testimony about some in-chambers discussions that occurred about the involuntary manslaughter instruction, as well as the commentary as opposed to admitting the entire video, as well as, I was unaware of this until just a few moments ago. Apparently, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Johnson went and spoke to jurors after the conclusion of the trial, and there was one juror who I believe was hesitant and took a little longer to convict, and her purpose for that was apparently to give credit to Mr. Johnson's strategy and theory of the case and arguments that he made. So I think as it relates to the soundness of Mr. Johnson's strategy, I think that's pertinent evidence.
All right, Mr. Ambrose, are you objecting to the testimony itself, or just now it's being sprung on you right now, or?
I mean, I would like to review the transcripts and prepare a little bit better than just being sprung on.
And I will say, Your Honor, it was not my intent to spring it. It's just that it came up in a conversation naturally, and then I was like,
I'm just in my head contemplating what kind of prep work. I mean, I don't. There's no transcripts of anything discussed in chambers. There's no transcripts of anything to talk to a juror. I mean, I suppose the only way I guess you prepare Mr. Ambrose would be to question Mr. Roberts, or at least because he's a witness, essentially give an opportunity to talk to him. I mean, is there anything other prep work you would do? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what would the additional time yield for you in terms of preparation, just for that testimony. It just seems like there's nothing. If this was another witness who had testified previously at another hearing, or had made other statements to the police, or I'm just trying to figure out what the time would be needed for, besides just general kind of catching your breath kind of thing. So
I like to prepare.
Yeah.
And, I walk into these types of hearings with a set of, an outline of what I'm going to, points I'm going to make and so forth. And off the top of my head, I have a few questions I can ask them, but knowing ahead of time, I could probably do a better job at that.
Okay.
And I think we're going to come back anyways, and that'll give me enough time to think about that.
All right. Well, okay, so this is where the court's at. I mean, it's 3 o'clock. We do have another 2 hours potentially. I am ready to go in terms of testimony, okay? Mr. Ambrose, it's my understanding that your client, and like I said, I don't want this to come up later saying that this thing is being delayed. I'm ready to take testimony. So if she's saying I can't do it today, and are you still requesting an adjournment to allow her to be in better health prior to testimony?
I am.
Okay. All right. Ms. Vander Ark, is that your decision?
Yes.
All right. All right. Anything else, Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we'll adjourn for today, and then Mr. Roberts hopefully will make himself available to Mr. Ambrose if he has any questions, as any other potential witness should. He obviously doesn't have to, but if he can, that would be good. And we will schedule this for another date, hopefully sooner rather than later. My preference is going to be sooner, so hopefully we can get this done. Anything else before we adjourn? Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Ambrose?
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. I'm assuming, Mr. Ambrose, your client wishes to be here in person at the next hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. All right. All right. We're adjourned for today. Thank you.
So the next date, quote unquote, the next date is tomorrow. So that's why we did this, was to get prepared for tomorrow. So tomorrow is the next date. So that was November 25th, and now it's going all the way to March 20th. So I'm wondering if they're going to have those same people testify. Like, are they just going to do it? Are they going to do exactly what they did in November tomorrow? Or are they going to call up these new witnesses and we're just supposed to remember what happened in November? I don't know. That's going to be interesting. So, all right, you guys, I'm going to end it here. I am going to go pick up Roger. He came out of surgery. He's okay. We got them fixed. It's time to get all of our kittens fixed. Houdini, who is resting comfortably here, let me show you here. She started to go into heat, I think, over the last couple days. There she is, all nice and sweet. So she was being very, very meowy, purry, putting her butt up in the air and tail and everything. So, and Roger was kind of jumping on her, biting her, and that's kind of what Paulie and Rafa did last year. But we're not going to let happen what happened last year happen to us this year. So, 4 kittens are enough. 7 cats is enough. So anyway, so I took Roger in today. Called them at noon, and they said, yeah, he's fine. Come pick him up at 3:30 or so. So I'm going to go do that now. Also, I'm going to go to the post office and pick up some items that you guys have sent, and I'm really looking forward to that. And yeah, I'm going to have possibly I'll have a surprise for you guys. If not this weekend, then next weekend for sure. So anyway, thank you guys for being with us. Really appreciate it. Dwayne, I don't have Super Ball with me. Oh, Super Ball is sitting over with Aaron. Aaron's in the sitting on the couch in the living room, working furiously. So I cannot show you Super Ball. So sorry, Grampy. But I can show you these two. Little Riker's over there and little Houdini's there chilling. She's all relaxed. So anyway, all right, I'm going to go pick up Roger. I'm going to go to the post office. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you for spending your day with us. Tomorrow, we're going to start at 9. It seems like trial's going to start, or the hearing is going to start at 10 Eastern. So we're going to come on at 9, and we'll show Shanda's, when she took the stand. I want to show that. We'll get into it. We'll show some more stuff. So anyway, thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Scent Bunny. I hope Kitty has a smooth recovery as well. JMS, Lori, Grampy, Widespread, Shirley. Take care, Wyatt. Everybody have a good one. Sherry, best. I hope everything works out for your son there. Alice, Alice. I'm going to go right now. I'm going to go check it out. Running with Scissors. Have a good one. Anthony, Scott, Gina. All right, you guys. Oh, Jenny. Wow. How are you? Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. You caught me by surprise there. Linda, see you guys tomorrow. And with that, take care of yourselves, and we will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Okay. Have a good one, guys. Bye.